Rhino for the Denver Buffalo Playoff Showdown. Lock in your seat, grab a Do and Brew, and jump in for your shot at some seriously great prizes. Every hit, every score, every moment lives on their massive HD TVs. Plus, ice-cold Tully Green shots flowing straight from the tap. Playoff football, Irish whiskey, one place to be. Tomorrow at number 38 in Rhino.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and
to $1,000. Use code EASY to get up to $1,000.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years,
Check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate.
As we planned last night or the night before, the entire plan is how does it fit into his eyes, but it's been great. I enjoy working with him. One of the great things about our job is you stay young because you're working with young people, and I'm glad he's ours. And I didn't know you and I we were being humorous yesterday, and all of a sudden I'm getting lambasted by dressing down a reporter, and we're having fun here. So
yeah, we got aggregated.
Yeah.
Happy to announce I survived the bubonic plague. I am back today.
Let's go!
I was going to blame Raj this morning because I heard him describe what he went through, and that is what I went through. And I told Kevin, our boss, I go, I'm just going to let you know that Raj is going to be ripped tomorrow for giving me this. He goes, well, you could blame Raj or Sanford or DMac or Kreckman or Lindahl or really anybody who's been near this studio for the last month, I suppose. But then I get here this morning, and guess what? Our switchboard had the plague. So I'm ready to do a show, and like 5 minutes in, nothing works. Mic doesn't work, nothing. So I hope we're good now.
It got sick, too.
Yes, exactly. You can only survive it for so long.
Are you okay? Little boy, okay?
Let me tell you something, Vic.
Little boy good?
Oh, hang on. You don't understand the amount of takes I came up with as I sat on a toilet for 2 straight days. You have no idea what kind of fire's coming here. I'm telling you.
Vic Lombardi, I know you've been through some stuff. I know you have. And I admire you for the intestinal fortitude you have when going through stuff. But when you've got a dual ender, when you've got a both ender, okay, that is not a very fun position to be in. And I don't know the last time you were in a dual ender, but it ain't good. It just ain't good.
Nelly called it a liquidation sale. Everything must go. Yeah.
Yes. That's exactly
Get
right.
this demon out.
Anyway, I'm happy to be back, and especially the day before the Broncos, I mean, their biggest game in a decade. That's what it is. You're the number 1 seed in the AFC. You're taking on arguably the toughest opponent left in the field in the AFC. And here's what I wanted to start with, because I know you guys discussed this a little bit yesterday, and so I won't rehash this even though I wanted to. The amount of Bills fans that got a hold of our little clip that we sent out a couple of days ago and made that, I don't know, because they don't have an IQ above room temperature. They don't understand what the hell we were talking about here. That's fine. But this game has been made a lot about Josh Allen versus the Broncos defense, and it's kind of remained that way for the week. And I just have a question for you. How much of this is about Bo Nix? I know it's year 2. You aren't going to make any huge judgments off of 2 playoff games, one in his rookie season, one in the second year. But it's funny, I watched the Elway documentary again yesterday because I had time on my hands. And I remember, like, all of the trials and tribulations that he had to go through before he got the ultimate success. But that sort of, I guess, standard has been accelerated for quarterbacks now. What's the response here if Bo has a great game or a bad game? What is it?
From me or from the populace?
From you. Just
from
asking
me,
you.
You know, if he has a bad game, these are the growing pains of being a quarterback. These are the growing pains. Growth.
Yeah.
This is what happens. Would it suck? Yeah. Would we be mad? Yeah. Would we be disappointed? Would we claim he's not the guy? Would we criticize? Would we skewer? Would we do all of the above? Yeah. But these are the growing pains. And I'm glad you watched that Elway doc because you saw the growing pains for a long time.
It's excellent, by the way. It's the second time I watched it. It's so good.
But it's very, very good.
But yes, you have that. Again, it's a different era of sports, and I think I understand that you aren't going to allow the grace for a lot of guys to not have the immediate success before he make judgments. For example, guys, I mean, I know he's not brand new to the league. What's said about Josh Allen if he loses this game? You know what I mean?
Well,
like, that's going to be tough for him.
You're so right. How old is Josh Allen as we speak today?
28?
Wait. Today?
Today?
Josh Allen is 29 years of age.
How old's Lamar Jackson?
I'd say the same.
I think he's a little younger.
What, are we just going to guess every quarterback's age in the NFL today?
Moj, with Lamar, you're talking about today?
Yeah, today.
He's 29 years of age.
Okay, so they're both 29.
I'm going to just start naming quarterbacks and guess ages. You want to turn it into that show?
What do you get
People forget that John Elway did not win his first Super Bowl until he was 37 years old.
Yeah, but he got there.
No, he did got there. You're right about that, but he didn't win one until he was 37. And Brett has something going on here. I think for Bo Nix in year 2, you know, you give him some grace if he should not, quote, get there or win there. You got to give him some grace. People are all over Lamar and all over Josh Allen because they haven't gotten it done yet, and they're still south of 30. I mean, it's crazy, right? People are all over their butts.
Hey, Moser.
Plus they've had that guy that resides over there in old KC. That guy's been in a lot of people's way for the past 8-9 years.
I'll give you an example of a guy that is still playing right now, that it took a long time for him to get to the ultimate success, even though he had a lot of talent. Stafford did not make a Super Bowl until he was 33. He didn't win a playoff game until he was 33.
Yep.
Good point.
And now he's seen as like the most trusted quarterback in the playoffs right now.
But people knew that wasn't his fault, right? I mean, people knew the only reason that they were even anything. Really?
Moj, I lived through that. People said Stafford couldn't win, and that's why he wasn't good enough, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's
you got him out of that environment. You got him out of that environment. He won right away.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about this yesterday. The more we examine this game, I can give you very many reasons why you should be afraid and reasons why you should be confident. You could knock it down both ways. The more we analyze this thing, right? I mean, we could take it from every angle here. Why you should be afraid? Well, it's Josh Allen's time. He's been knocking on that door. They finally broke through and won a road playoff game. It's a dangerous team. He's the best player left. The Broncos haven't proven anything. There's a lot of reasons. All right, let's work the other side. Why are the Broncos the team? They've got the perfect defense for Josh Allen. The home field will make a difference. This is their time. Bo Nix has proven he can rally his team if they have any deficit whatsoever. We can go on and on and on. If you give me 2 more weeks, we could play this for 2 more weeks.
Yeah. This is, again, here's the comparison I made in the appetizer. Tell me what you think of this. That for about 5 years now, Moj, with the Avs, we have said the Avs, even though I think everybody would almost universally agree to have postseason success in the NHL, you need to have really great goaltending. And the Avs are built in such a way that they just needed decent to above average goaltending. They didn't need anybody to be amazing. They didn't need Darcy to be amazing. They don't need this year Wedgwood or Blackwood or whoever's going to play. They don't need that. They need them to be pretty good.
Yeah. They didn't need to carry Price. They didn't need a Vasilev. They didn't need that kind of guy. Right.
In the NFL, we always see like the quarterback has to play really well for your team to win. I don't think Bo Nix needs to do that. I think Bo Nix needs to play pretty good. And I think that's the standard. And to have that for a guy who's in year 2 with still some questions surrounding him is actually a really good place to be. You don't need to be better than Josh Allen this weekend. You just need to be fine.
I did a deep dive, depends on your definition of deep, into the personnel that the Buffalo Bills will bring to town. Their wide receiver room is completely diminished. They got their leading receiver healthy, and then after that, it's a bunch of dudes. Dudes they picked up off the street, dudes that have, shown up and shown out a little bit.
Yeah.
They've got their 2 tight ends. They've got those guys, which is why I said they got to at some point lean on their run game. It can't be just everything through the air. They don't have the necessary personnel left.
Okay, that being said, Vic, and the Broncos are really good against the run. That being said, I mean, this is power versus power. They've got probably the best run game in the National Football League, or one of the top 3 run games in the National Football League. So if they have to lean on that, it's a hell of a thing to be able to lean on, even if that's what your defense does best.
And you have to include Josh Allen in that run game. He's part of that run game. If it's 3rd and short, guess what they're going to do, boys?
Find the big quarterback to go lumber his way to first down.
And they're going to do it several times. Be ready for it. If it's short yardage situation, get ready for that push. They're going to do it a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at this injury report right now. First of all, Josh Allen's at the top of the list, and it says injury, foot, knee, finger. No, I know. Fine. But to have 3 different things listed on there, crazy.
It should say next to it, Brett. It should say next to it, needle.
So we all know he's going to play, but these are just the players listed on the injury report for the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen, Terrell Bernard, H.A. Epineza, Maxwell Harrison, Damar Hamlin, who was on the IR, Ty Johnson, Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano, Ed Oliver, Jordan Poyer, Matt Prater, Greg Rousseau, Curtis Samuel, Shaq Thompson. That's all the guys that are listed just on the injury report for him.
How many of those guys are going to play? How many of those guys are going to
Two of them are out, and that is Maxwell Harrison and Jordan Poyer. Questionable as of right now are Bernard, Hamlin, Ty Johnson, Ed Oliver, Curtis Samuel.
Poyer's a leading tackler.
Yeah, and he's
Poyer's
out.
stud.
He's out.
That's
he's
a
not
big
going to
loss.
play.
That's a big. So suddenly their secondary is taking a hit, and now you fall into that trap, right? Wow. Okay, they lost 2 members of their secondary in one swoop. Maybe we should throw more. Wait, but the numbers say run more. The numbers don't make the same mistake Jacksonville made. Run to the outside. So you know that they're having those debates at Broncos headquarters as we speak.
Oh,
At the end of the game, let me ask you a
there can't
question.
be a debate here. By the way, all injury reports are sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
Let me ask a simple question. By the end of the game, do you think the Denver Broncos will have attempted more passes or runs?
Well, they'll have attempted more passes.
More passes.
But I don't think that's – I don't know how many teams have more rushing attempts and passing attempts in a game anymore.
Do you think it's close? Let me put it that way.
I hope that it's close. If it's close, then that means it's good things for the Denver Broncos, dude. If it's close, that means things are going right for the Denver Broncos on offense, if it's close.
I also think it just slows the game down. I think it makes it a low-scoring game. I think that if you start running the ball more, as you guys suggest, I think you'll get games more like the Kansas City and Chargers game to end the season, those kind of games.
This is going to be like a weird way to phrase this, but I feel like it's true. If Bo Nix is good on third down, I think they're going to run the ball better. Because here's I think the problem. If they run the ball twice and it's 3rd and 6, and they aren't picking up first downs and moving the chains, I think that Payton's going to get antsy about it.
Right. And then you're playing into Buffalo's hands because their pass defense is really, really good. Their run defense is not. Their pass defense is. But again, we're going to, as we get into this today, I'm looking at that quote from Zack Allen about Josh Allen. And this is the big X factor. And this is why Adam Schefter on Monday said, well, the Bills, at the time, the Bills were favored by 1.5. Now it's back to the Broncos, 1.5. But he said, the Bills aren't favored by 1.5. Josh Allen is favored by 1.5. And he made a very good point as to why that is that way and what that quarterback is. But this is Zack Allen's quote, he's a combination of every single great quarterback in this league. He does what they do best. It's just so rare. He's got the arm. He's got the IQ to make the right decisions with the ball. He's got the size, the running ability, and the leadership. It's a lethal combination. And he's right about that. And that's why when we go into this game, I mean, if they had, 30 other quarterbacks right now, I might go, Broncos are going to win this one, no problem. But that guy's a special dude. So Bo Nix, listen, he's going to have to elevate his game too.
Like, here's what's odd. Sorry, Vic, just real quick. The Broncos are back to being favored by 1.5, according to DraftKings. And that has swung back and forth. They opened as a favorite, then shortly after that they became a dog, and now they're a favorite again. If Bo Nix was out in this game and Jarrett Stidham had to play, no disrespect to Bo, I don't know how much the line changes. It changes by maybe a couple points, 2-3 points.
I disagree with you.
If Josh Allen's out of the game, that swings 10 points.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're speaking the obvious there. He's a different quarterback.
But what I'm getting at here is this game is billed as, pardon the pun, Josh Allen versus the Broncos defense. Mm-hmm. That's what this game is all about. It's like if he has success versus their defense, the Bills win. If he doesn't, then they're going to lose. And it really doesn't – you aren't factoring in anything else in this game right now.
Okay, you should be scared for this reason. Or here, let me give you 2. You should be confident because the Broncos have the perfect defensive setup for this team. You should be scared because the Broncos had a good defensive setup against the Jacksonville Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence tore them up.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to feel.
Yep.
The only difference now is that Dre Greenlaw's back. And maybe he provides a spark in the run game.
Getting downhill in that running game?
Yeah, downhill.
What do you know about getting downhill?
I'm just really excited, dude. This is going to be a stage Saturday afternoon where the entire country is going to be watching one game. Mm-hmm. CBS is here. By the way, I'm going to be visiting with Mac and Cheese a little later this morning.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Tell him I said hi. Guarantee he remembers me.
Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
The top crews in town. It's going to be insane at the stadium. I cannot wait. I want to know what time fans will arrive to start tailgating.
Well, the game's at 2:30. When do they open the lot? So as soon as they open the lot, fires are going to be lit and beers are going to be cracked. Period. End of story. Whenever that is.
You would think, 7 o'clock in the morning? Something like that? Has to be.
What's the latest weather forecast, boys? Because this string,
I had
not
30,
warm.
39.
Yeah.
This string of 65-degree kickoffs that the Denver Broncos have had all season for the first time in the Broncos' history, that ends tomorrow. It's going to be chilly. Well, your definition of chilly.
36, but no precip, just chilly.
Now, there are a lot of you out there who look at 36 degrees and anything in that nature because it's a high at 36. It's probably going to be colder, obviously, later. You think that's fine. I think that's absolutely freezing. What is your definition?
No wind.
Anything around
Here's the
freezing,
thing.
yeah.
No wind is a completely different temperature. No wind in 38 and sunny is actually not terrible. But windy, cloudy 38 is brutal. Absolutely
that
brutal.
that can be because that wind will just cut right through you. Cut right through you.
So, a lot more to get to, obviously, with this game. We'll look at the playoffs overall. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Chad Brown's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning, get us a preview on this game, plus the playoff weekend. But let's get a quick call here on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Tyson is up this morning. Hi, Tyson.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, brother. What's going on?
Good, good. First of all, just want to say good to have Nate back. Moser sounding great. Everything's back to normal in my morning drive world with you guys all back and healthy.
Yeah,
so
you must
for
listen
that.
loyally to call him Nate.
Hey, every day, man, every day, driving from Parker to Brighton. But hey, so real quick, I just wanted to kind of bring a positive vibe. Not that you guys were being negative, but more realistic, probably. You guys were talking about what's going to be talked about with Bo Nix or Allen if they lose. I was thinking, it just kind of hit me on the flip side. But what if we win? I was thinking about how crazy would it be for a 2-year quarterback, this ownership group, and Shawn Payton to win a Super Bowl, and then knowing that we're set up for years of success. I don't think we're set for any major player drop-offs. I don't think we have any major changes, only maybe improvements in our future. So if we were actually to go and win the Super Bowl, I was just thinking of how crazy awesome that would be with this team. That's all I wanted to share.
That's a great
Love that. Yeah,
great
thanks,
point.
Tice. Appreciate it.
But, I think they're set up regardless of the outcome of this game. Win or lose, they're set up. They're set up beautifully. They've got cap space to work with. They got a core already signed, sealed, and delivered. Think about everything that's going the Broncos' way right now. This team is set up to win not only now, but in the near future. And
they'll be able to add pieces as they go along. Vic, you're so right, and Tyson raised the point, which I think is correct. The sustainability looks like it's definitely there. Sustainability.
Yes.
You said it, Nate. I
let
agree
Nate
with
get
you.
a taste real quick. Let Nate get a taste. So the whole thing with what George Payton has done in locking down core players and being able to do that, having the ability to do it in a very intelligent way, despite the disadvantage of the Russell Wilson contract hanging over your head. It's one of the benefits that you get, by the way, by having to pay your quarterback nothing. I mean, I know he's a 12th overall pick, but with this rookie wage scale, it's like he is the least paid quarterback left in the playoffs right now, and you get another 3 years of this?
Yes. I've allowed my mind to wander. I was watching yesterday some interviews. Houston and New England play a football game this weekend as well. I don't know if you guys missed that or not. Nate, did you get wind of that? They play a football game as well.
Yeah.
And my mind has been wandering, oh, gosh, who should the Broncos want to play in that game? I mean, they've beaten Houston already. New England poses a challenge. Yeah, I'd rather play Houston. That was me thinking that. And when your mind starts to wander like that, it could go, it's dangerous territory. Because you know what? The last time my mind wandered like that, 2005, the Broncos hosted that AFC title game, and you're already thinking Super Bowl. I know I was.
I was, too. I was thinking past Big Ben and the Steelers. I'm thinking
going to play Seattle and Shawn Alexander and win that game.
Yeah. I'm thinking destiny is going to come to fruition here. Jake Plummer, signed as a free agent, comes over. Shanny's going to make, all that was going on in my head, too, and that game sucked.
And then they never got back there for
they never did.
Decade. Another decade before they returned to the AFC title game. So you can think that all you want. That's healthy to think that way. Great. But you just never know.
My name's Luca, by the way. So with what is set up with them this weekend?
Hey, but are we going to revisit the cut that we came in with, though, at some point? Are we going to revisit that?
My name is Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
I don't remember the cut we came in with.
The cut we opened the program with. Are we going to revisit that at some point?
Go ahead, Nelly.
Because, again,
you can run it back.
It goes back to, okay, go ahead. It goes back to what we talked about, Kaner, earlier on this week. Actually, you weren't even there on Wednesday. You were a dual ender at that point.
Well, I was there for an hour, just not when you guys got here.
No, that was Tuesday. Then you were off Wednesday and Thursday.
Incorrect. I was here Wednesday, missed yesterday, and now I'm back.
Well, I'm confused now. Yeah, I mean, you were gone for 9 weeks before that, so it doesn't really matter.
I fully remember because I was driving back listening to you guys on Wednesday, and the show turned into an argument over who should be driving the show.
Maybe you're right about that. All right, Nelly, if you would with the Payton cut.
Sure, and also first, just so people remember, this happened a few days ago.
Shawn, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. But have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game.
Okay, all right, now the cut from yesterday, please.
As we planned last night or the night before, the entire plan is how does it fit into his eyes, but it's been great. I enjoy working with him. One of the great things about our job is you stay young because you're working with young people, and I'm glad he's ours. And I didn't know you and I we were being humorous yesterday, and all of a sudden I'm getting lambasted by dressing down a reporter, and we're having fun here. So
yeah, we were having. Didn't you know what? We were all having fun.
I actually think that's true. I think that's true.
Okay. Yeah, I think he speaks the truth. Look, I think he was having fun. That's his sense of humor.
And I think that he's picked out. Here's what I think is going on between him and Luke Evans. And kudos to Luke Evans for being like such a good sport on this.
And Luca did say on social media right after that we were joking.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
I think that he's just identified a media member that he can use as his little, like, I don't know. It's like a big dog. I have a big dog.
Pinata.
Yes.
His pinata.
I got a big dog at my house, and I have a small dog at my house. And sometimes the big dog picks on the little dog, but loves the little dog. I think that's what's happening between those two. You don't call the same guy out that many times that being some sort of thing that you two have. There's no way. And I do think that he was just messing around. Like, what are you alleging, Moj, that he got criticized for it from everybody, and now he's trying to walk it back?
I don't know. I'm not alleging anything, Brett. Although I just would say my initial impression was that it was not a joking matter at the time, but maybe it was a joking matter. Maybe it really truly was.
It doesn't matter.
Well, and if you listen,
it doesn't matter.
But if you listen at the end of it,
I'm tired of talking about that exchange like it means anything come tomorrow.
But what I thought Lucas said that was funny is at the end of that clip, he says, we got aggregated, as in all the NFL aggregator accounts like Dove, Kleeman, or whatever, shared that clip. So that's what happened, is all these people were losing their mind about it. So, yeah, maybe that's why Shawn said it, because all these NFL accounts had that clip and said, reporter gets dressed down by coach who had too many lattes.
By the way, Vic, Dre Greenlaw getting downhill in the run game is going to be an important factor tomorrow. Don't act like it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be important. In all seriousness, though, like, I would be really nervous if Greenlaw wasn't playing. Really nervous. He is, you can tell the difference when he's in or out of the lineup. And I think, yes, he's a good player. That's one thing. But there's like this, I think he's just like a leader, like calming presence about him that is necessary in that defense. I just saw a stat the other day. It's going to blow you away. And I can't figure out if this is more about Riley Moss or if this is more about Pat Surtain. Riley Moss, according to, so this is from Zach Kelberman, but it's from Next Gen Stats. He has spent 7 minutes and 1 second in tight coverage this season. 1 minute and 23 seconds longer than any other NFL defender. He's faced a league-high 116 coverage targets and allowed a 53.4 completion percentage. And again, I feel like Riley Moss has gotten disrespected this year because occasionally what happens, he'll get beat every once in a while, or he'll obviously have, the pass interference stuff has happened. But that, I think, is a byproduct of people being so scared and terrified of throwing near Pat Surtain that he gets picked on. And because they blitz so much, he's in one-on-one coverage, that he doesn't get credit for all of the snaps that he plays great on because the ones that he doesn't stick out so much.
100%. A cornerback who has been picked on more than any other corner in the league. He has faced more passes than any other corner in the league. Why? Because of the corner who plays opposite him. That's why. That's why. Do you know how many downfield passes? And I don't know how they measure downfield passes. I don't know is it 15 yards, 20 yards? I don't know, 30 yards? Do you know how many downfield passes Patrick Surtain has allowed this year?
Like, wait, allowed catches or targets?
Catches.
3.
Yeah.
Had to be single digits.
3.
What is he going to do Saturday? Is he just going to, they don't have any receivers left. Is he going to be on Brandon Cooks? They're not going to put him up against a slot guy, are they? What does he do?
I don't think that he's been following people. I think he's been sort of the same way that the Patriots use like Darrelle Revis, where they're just like, he's going to be on one side of the field and that's going to be it. He's not going to follow a receiver.
Yeah.
But do you consider just like, hey, Khalil Shakir, he's got 70 catches, nobody else can catch?
That's why I'm asking. If you're Josh Allen and you're preparing for this game, you're not going to tempt Patrick Surtain. You're just not. What game did he change with the interception? They were trying to go over the top. And he intercepted it. Just an amazing.
It feels like it was the Philly game. Was it the Philly game?
No, it was more recent than that.
No, it was another game. It was a tight.
Packers.
Packers game?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yeah, it was Jordan Love.
Yeah. So again,
oh, you're right. It was. That's the recent one.
You're not going to tempt him. You're not. You're just not. So what role does he play in this game against a team whose receivers are all hurt? It's not like he's got. It's not like you're playing the Bengals where you got two number ones out there and you got no number ones, really.
Well, that's what's
Although
funny.
Shakir had a pretty dang
Shakir
good
has a
game
lot of
last
catches.
week, dude.
He has a lot of catches, but a lot of them are bubble screens. A lot of them are those,
okay.
You know?
But this guy's ability to spread it around not only to his running back, because he can throw to his running back, Cook can catch the football, but this guy's ability to throw it to his tight ends. And I know that Kincaid is listed on the injury report, but he's going to play. Okay, he was in a boot as a precautionary measure on Monday.
And Dawson Knox. They got two of them.
Yeah. They've got two tight ends that can catch the football. So don't discount this. I mean, the Broncos need to plan for all of that. Okay?
What do you do with Patrick
Samuel's
Surtain?
out. I guess Samuel's, they're not going to activate him, I guess.
He's
out.
Maybe
he's definitely out. Okay. Palmer's out. Davis obviously got really hurt last week. But his ability to spread it around to these other guys, Vic, is a concern. It's a big concern.
It's funny. In the appetizer, somebody said that Bo Nix doesn't have. I was talking about him. Can he be an elevator in the postseason? Can he be somebody that plays above what his standard was in the regular season? And I think it still remains to be seen. I'm not taking anything from last year. He's a rookie in his first playoff game in Buffalo. That's a really tough thing to try and do. But he said it's hard to be an elevator when you don't have a weapon offensively. I think that Cortland Sutton's going to be the best wide receiver in this game.
He is.
He's been the best wide receiver in many games already.
He's the best wide receiver on the field this weekend. Absolutely.
You just hit on something, though. If you think Riley Moss has been picked on this season, if you think Riley Moss has been targeted this season, if you think Riley Moss, fair or not, has been the subject of a lot of scrutiny, just wait till Saturday.
Yeah.
Just wait till Saturday.
Yeah, they're going to go at him.
All day.
And guess what? Unpopular opinion around these parts. I trust him. I don't think people truly understand what the numbers are against Riley Moss because the bad things are the only thing that sticks out to people. Riley Moss has been really damn good in coverage. Really good. To allow, what was that number I told you? 116 targets. 53% completion? That's an insanely good number.
The volume has been ridiculous.
Yes.
Again, you won't find somebody with that much volume because he's number one on the list. They don't exist. Nobody's faced that many passes.
I've got so many good analogies, but if I lay them out there, I just know you're going to jump my bacon. I know you are.
Just try one and let's see where it is. Just try one.
All right. Hey, Brett, you're building a ship, right? And one guy is doing, 3 times the rivets on a ship as the other guy, because the other guy, doesn't have to, but you're doing all these rivets. Are a couple going to be, I got to re-rivet? Okay, fine. But you're doing 3 times the work, and that's what Riley Moss is doing.
That was something.
Yuck.
Nailed it.
Noah did.
I'm going to ban.
Hey,
I'm going to ban.
Hey,
I'm the lead guitar player.
Moj. Noah did it all himself.
Yeah, I guess he did. Yeah, with his hands and brawn. Wood.
Yeah.
And it looked nice, too. That just wasn't right. When you looked at Noah's ship and it was all nice and measured and everything, like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you get help from the big man upstairs, Vic. I mean, Again, I mean,
It's
it's like you got a
IKEA.
superpower inside
But
you.
it's still it's like IKEA, man. You got to put that together. Even if they give you all the parts.
Do you think Noah?
And you don't even have a drill back in the day. You don't even have a power drill.
Do you think Noah, as he was going, he was saying to himself, "So stupid. I bet a flood's not even coming, just making me do all this work." You think he was probably thinking
You think
that?
he's yelling at his wife saying, "I got to put this damn thing together."
Shooing away lions and giraffes behind him. Get out of here. I'm trying to work on this.
You have this extra 4x4 over here? Oh, son of a... Where does that go? Where's the constructions?
I know, damn it. I don't know why he has a southern accent.
Why do I have 4 extra bolts?
Yeah.
I should have used these.
Leftover stuff. Right. Did I forget something?
Yeah,
I put that on backwards. Screw it. It works.
That's always my answer, by the way, because again, having the new kid, you have to build a whole bunch of things again. There's always like 5 leftover screws or something. I'm like, my wife goes, "What are those two?" And I just go, "They were extra in case I lost some."
Yeah,
That's always my
right.
answer.
Well,
Because sometimes
they
it
are.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it is the answer.
Bro, I have a table in our basement I put together backwards. It's going the wrong way, and everybody who comes in when you
How does
try
the
to
table
sit on
go
it,
the
you
wrong
can't.
way?
Well, when you sit on it, the
A
legs
table?
hold it.
Hang on,
yeah,
hang
it's
on.
like
You're
it's like
sitting on a table. I'm so confused
when
right
you're
now.
sitting next to the table.
Oh,
it's
next to
supposed to be up against the wall. It's one of those tables where you put your drinks and you play ping pong. And,
Yeah, okay.
anyway,
Right.
But the legs are supposed to be up against, flush against the
I
wall.
get it, yeah.
Instead, the legs are out here. And every time my wife looks at it, "You got to fix it." I go, "No, it's good enough. People just move your legs.
Wait, they're like
move around.
They're Kenny Smith legs. They're like bowed in.
Just move it around. Figure it out. I ain't doing it again."
It's my favorite part when Kenny runs to the board. It's like his knees are touching as he's running up there.
Yeah. Also, I didn't realize that Noah was from Macon, Georgia. Born and raised, Brett. Nate.
Well,
Brett,
hell yeah.
Brett, Nate, Brett.
Hell yeah. Trying to get these lions on this boat. I tell you what.
I'll tell you what. that Eagle's nest is backward. I don't care. I don't care.
It's been raining like cats and dogs for 40 days and 40 nights. I tell you.
You know, one thing about the Noah story is I don't understand, because this came years after the snake defied all logic and decided to go against God. And the snake screwed everybody, screwed humanity. So why years later, when it was time to decide the animals to get on the ship, why invite the snake? Hey,
no, I just kick him off.
Exactly. Yeah. You screwed us once already. You know, you're not on board.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah.
I ain't asking for the world here.
Well, isn't it because Satan took the form of the snake? So it wasn't the snake, it was Satan.
Well, tough luck. Tough.
Yeah. Sorry about that, dude. Didn't do that. Late.
So what are you saying? The chick from The Exorcist, she shouldn't have been exorcised? It was too late for her? What?
That kind of thinking is probably too profound for many like you, Nate. So that's for another day.
True. That is true.
Yeah, Nate, get to a break.
Nate don't play that. That's all I'll tell you. Nate don't play that. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
The year is 2026, and if I say the words erectile dysfunction, you go, oh, well, don't do that. Because if you're dealing or struggling with any form of it, why don't you get ready to move past that frustration and that embarrassment and all that laughing it off stuff and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, they can help you out in a big-time way. Few things in life more wonderful than intimacy, right? Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men. If you had something else wrong with you, an ankle, an elbow, whatever it may be, you're going to get that taken care of. You're going to get it fixed. So why not take care of your ED here in 2026 and change your life? The initial visit's only $99. You got the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, then your visit's totally free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be back in business before you know it. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 440-7900 or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Chad Brown at 9 o'clock. The Broncos will play a home playoff game tomorrow at 2:30. And I'm sure that crowd is going to be busy as hell.
Somebody said the gates open to the parking lots at 8. So here comes, it's like that scene from Independence Day when the motorhome's leading all those cars and everything across the desert. Right?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be like, dude. The motorhomes with the flags flying, find your spot, spark up the Bunsen, and let's get it on.
Think Randy Quaid will be there?
It'd be awesome if he was, to be honest. It'd be really, really awesome. I haven't been to a good tailgate in a little while.
Not since you almost choked on that lamb chop for CUC issue.
that was a touch and go. That was a real touch and go moment in my life. That lamb chop was a real touch and go situation. On the back of that, I was on the hog, and then the lamb choking on the lamb chop. That was kind of a turning point moment in my life.
If that unfortunately killed you, do I have permission to make fun of you the next day on the air, though? As sad as I would be, I think I'd have to make fun of you.
I would encourage you
to
not be sad, and I would absolutely encourage you to make fun of me.
Okay.
If I go out choking on a lamb chop, then I deserve everything that's coming my way.
Well, it would just be,
I'm not even kidding.
I would be so sad because for like 7 straight years, I've been telling you, Moj, stop taking as big of bites as you take. It looks like you're going to choke. I've been doing that since the day I met you. You need to take smaller bites.
Lohan, stop.
We got 2 great games tomorrow. I mean, albeit the Broncos game is the one we're concerned with, but the San Francisco-Seattle game, I'm going to be glued, boys.
Hey.
Glued.
Sam Darnold's not practicing.
I know.
2 days before the game, oblique problem. Drew Lock's getting first-team reps.
You know what you do with an oblique? You know what you do? You shoot it
up.
You can shoot an oblique, dude. You can.
Okay, that's fine.
Again, you don't want to go full-on Tyrod and get, and Bosa and get yourself into a, or was it Watt? Who just recently got the, it was Watt, right?
Yeah, ended up in the hospital.
For the Steelers, correct, yeah. You get the full-on needle in the lung. You don't want to go that far, but you know what I'm saying. You can shoot it.
If there's 2 teams more set up to not have their quarterback, is it the 2 teams that play tomorrow? Is it the Niners and the Seahawks? Like, if the Seahawks had to go to Drew Lock, they would be worse without Sam Darnold.
Sure.
There's no question. But their entire identity, they've won games where Sam Darnold's thrown like 14 attempts. Yeah. Because they just run the football with Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, and they play great defense.
See, the Niners have done it. The Niners have won games with their backup.
Mac Jones
for like 6 years, they've done that.
Mac Jones looked good this year, bro. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if Kyle Shanahan must be some sort of miracle worker of some kind because he made Mac Jones look pretty damn good in filling in for Brock Purdy.
We mentioned this earlier in the week, I think, or maybe it was last week. The only time I have not seen Kyle Shanahan have success with whatever quarterback he's been forced to play is when they had to have Christian McCaffrey play quarterback because all their guys got hurt in that playoff game. Like when they had Brock Purdy come back out throwing left-handed.
Yeah.
That's the only time the quarterback hasn't had success.
But I think Brock Purdy's, wasn't his elbow on backwards or something like that? Like his right elbow was...
No, it was completely ripped apart. But remember, they tried the McCaffrey thing, and that was not working. And they had him go back out there, and he literally threw like 2 passes with his left hand.
The Niners are truly playing with nothing to lose attitude. I mean, they're down so many players. Kittle's gone again. They don't have Warner back this week. He might return next week. We'll see. But Trent Williams did not play in that game against Seattle.
I thought that Warner was coming back this week. No,
he's not playing this week.
He's
not playing this week.
Yesterday.
He's out for this week. He might return next week. But Trent Williams is going to play in this game. He did not play the last time they faced the Seahawks.
It's big. Keeps pressure off your guy. And that was obviously a problem when they played Seattle a couple weeks ago. But I'm so with you. Like, there is really in all of these different games, it feels like it's going to be a great matchup. The biggest spread is tomorrow night between the Niners and the Seahawks, and I still think that game's going to be close. Like, I don't think that – look, it might be like one of those games that Seattle wins and it feels convincing, but I don't think the scoreboard's going to prove it. Like, I think they're going to bruise up the Niners pretty good. Just they have so much stuff they're dealing with.
Their defense is so tough, too. It's just so dang tough.
But the Seahawks are so, like, they're such a blue-collar, old-school football team where it's just we're going to run the ball 35 times and just kick you in the face every snap you take on offense. Because, I mean, look what's left here. Out of all these teams in the postseason, you have basically, out of all these teams left, 5 of them, the Broncos, the Seahawks, the Texans, the Patriots. You can throw, the Niners were healthier in that discussion. It's just these kick-ass defenses where you don't know how many points is going to win you a football game.
Name the 3 teams left who have never won a Super Bowl. That should be very easy. Very easy to do this.
The Texans.
Yes.
They've never won.
The Bills.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And
actually, there's 2 teams.
Yeah, I was like, what?
That's it, Vic.
Yeah, I messed up. Stats messed up.
Vicks versus stats. We got one already. How about that?
Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me think about this. The 49ers, have they won a Super Bowl? I think they have.
Did you think it was Chicago?
Patriots.
No, I knew Chicago. For some reason, I forgot Seattle beat Denver in
Patriot.
Super Bowl 48.
It's an odd one to forget.
Did the Patriots win? I'm trying to remember if the Patriots
I don't
won a
think the
Super
Patriots
Bowl
have
back
won a
in the
Super Bowl.
day. Yeah.
They made some AFC Championship games.
Yeah.
They got close.
They may have done that. Yeah.
but-
Yeah, they may have done that.
The Bears last won a Super Bowl when I believe Nelly was still in his dad's pocket. I mean, it's been a while.
Whoa. So was Brett. Okay. So
You were?
whoa.
That was 4 years before I was born, yeah.
Let's give it a whoa.
Yeah, I think about that. Think about time, the concept of time, Moj. You and I are the only people staring into this camera right now who were alive the last time the Chicago Bears walked out with that trophy.
Oh, my God. You weren't even fertilized yet, dudes.
What's it like not knowing?
That's
what
crazy.
Hey, what's it like not knowing that they put both Ditka
Yeah.
and Buddy Ryan on their shoulders after that game? What's it like knowing that they didn't even give the ball to Walter Payton, instead gave a touchdown to the refrigerator
fridge, to the
Perry?
fridge. Yeah.
What's it like
Len
knowing that?
Dawson, go to a history book.
What's it like not knowing that game took place?
What's it like not being able to tie your shoes without your back hurting?
That's a good point.
Hey, real quick, all these people, like the Panthers have never won, the Browns have never won, Chargers have never.
Talking about
We're not
teams
talking
left.
about teams that never won. We're talking about teams left. So everybody just chill, please. Chill.
Hey,
Chill
Brett,
out.
you know when
think about that, though.
Brett, when you've been over to tie your shoes, though, you know the sound you make.
Oh. It does happen.
As long as I have QC Kinetics, I'm fine.
And this, I don't want to get too personal. But did Troy and Lori even know each other at that point?
Yeah.
They did?
Moj,
Okay.
Yeah.
Moj, what do you remember? Do you remember the opponent that the Bears beat that year? Let's see.
I think
I'm
it was
really
the
gonna test you.
Patriots.
Yes.
I think it was the Patriots, yeah.
It was the Patriots. Do you remember
And it
the
was,
Patriots quarterback?
Yeah, it was Tony Eason.
Yes. Do you remember what draft class he was in?
The 83 draft class.
Look at you. Look at you. I mean, look at you. Everybody's looking at the draft class that last year's draft class, right? The Bo Nix, Drake May draft class, and calling it the best of all time. Well, read a history book. 83 was the best draft class of all time.
Even listen, Todd Blackledge was part of that, so he never really panned out, obviously. But people forget that Tony Eason for a short time there was pretty damn
Well,
good.
he got his team to the Super Bowl 2 years later.
Yeah, he had a brother who was a safety.
Yeah.
Bo Eason. And Ken O'Brien, picked by the Jets out of UC
He played
Davis.
great football for 10 years.
Dude, he was a pretty damn good
Hey, did Elway
NFL
pan out? I'm
quarterback.
wondering, did Elway pan out?
A little bit.
Did
yeah.
Did Marino have a career on him or
Yeah,
no?
he was pretty good.
Jim
Pretty good.
Kelly. I'm wondering, did Jim Kelly play any good football?
A little bit, yeah, a little
Oh,
I'll give you each $1 if you can name me the number one song of 1985.
Beat It by Michael Jackson.
No.
No, that was a little bit before that.
Okay, hold on a
number one
second.
song of 85. It's got to be something by like Duran Duran or some
Hungry
crap
Like the Wolf?
that.
No.
Hungry Like Your Mom?
So the number 4 song of the year was I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was a big song.
Number 3,
I want to know what love is.
Wake Me Up Before You Go.
Before you go. You
Wham.
don't have
Wham
to
was
run.
number 3.
Number 2, Moshe's going to
Wham,
love
yeah.
this one. It's disputed. This could have been number 1, but according to Billboard, it was not. Number 2 was Like a Virgin, Madonna.
Great song.
Number 1,
Ugh,
Yeah.
awful.
Shut up, Moshe.
Careless Whisper.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no way.
No wonder I remember things with
That's
such
Vic-
clarity.
that's Vic's
One of the
favorite song of all
greatest
time.
songs ever made.
I know.
So Wham had 2 songs at the top 5?
No. Careless Whisper was just George Michael. Wake Me Up Before You Go was Wham.
Yeah, he told Andrew originally to get bent and just did his own thing and got number 1, yeah.
Taking your homecoming date to Baby Doe's. Baby Doe's is right near Mile High. I don't know what the hell it is now. It's an apartment complex. It used to be an old mine shaft they turned into a restaurant. You had to climb some stairs up in there.
Jesus.
Just watching Vic replay everything. A lot more to get to. We got Chad Brown joining us at 9 o'clock this morning. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Stick around. Tyson is up this morning. Hi, Tyson.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, brother. What's going on?
Good. First of all, just want to say good to have Nate back. Moser sounding great. Everything's back to normal in my morning drive world with you guys all back and healthy.
Yeah,
so
you must listen
that.
loyally to call him Nate.
Hey, every day, man. Every day, driving from Parker to Brighton.
Is Nate better? Nate Kane?
It's a pretty good name. Nate Kane would be a good shortstop. I think a rangy shortstop with a gun.
Nate Kane is a great shortstop with a range and a gun. Brett Kane was a plodding third baseman with no arm but could hit kind of.
Right, stumbly around a little bit, third baseman.
Hey, Nate, you got to hurry up, man.
Couple of diving stabs from time to time, but that's about it.
Yeah,
that's cool. I like
Hurry
it.
up, Nate!
Hey, just a quick aside. I know this is all about, it's a Bud Light Football Friday, and we're going to be talking about Broncos all day, NFL playoffs all day. But just quickly, the Kyle Tucker signing by the Dodgers, which is 4 years, $240 million. It's $60 million a year. So if you include deferred payments, the Dodgers right now are on the hook for $2.1 billion in guaranteed cash to their roster.
Seem fair to you? Does it seem?
Well, no, of course not.
They're within the rules, so they're doing what the rules say they can do. But you can't tell me that this isn't a joke. And I'm telling you right now, dude, if baseball doesn't lock out for a cap in the 27 season, we'll give them one more. We'll give them this year. But if they don't lock out for a cap in the 27 season and fix the game of baseball, then I'm done with baseball forever.
I think there's good and bad news to this.
I think, I guess the good news would be that we're going to have a salary cap, or we got to have a salary cap, because this is an absolute joke, Brett.
Again,
it's a joke, and I know it's a joke.
Just for 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to football. The Tucker signing by the Dodgers, I think, is going to lead to two things. I think it's going to piss off enough owners in this league where they are going to have a lockout. And that's going to make me sad because I don't want baseball to go away. Even with the flawed product that it is, I love baseball. But I think you're going to find – I was just listening to a clip from David Sampson, who used to run the Marlins. He said the question is, can you get 8 owners to do this? Dick Monfort has already been on record that he wants a salary cap. So I don't think you're going to have any problem getting Dick Monfort to say that out loud, right? So he can be one. Can you get the Reds owner? Can you get the Marlins owner? Can you get 5 others that'll be like, this is insane, I'm not doing this anymore? And if you have that, then you'll have a lockout. And then the struggle is going to be, what player in the MLB is going to want a salary cap? They're all going to want $60 million a year. And so it's going to be that battle, and it might take a while for that to get done.
It may take an entire year.
Yeah. So I think the good news is I really think this signing is like a straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of these owners. Because they're just sitting there, they're like, if I cultivate a player and I get him to a level where it's like, we're going to pay him, I can't do $700 million over 10 years and keep a roster together.
Brett, I have a friend of mine, longtime buddy of mine. We always debate sports, and he's a Dodgers fan. Even he is embarrassed by this. Even he, because I asked him, I sent it to him, I was like, come on. And he's like, I know. It's getting stupid now.
Yeah.
That was his reaction.
It is.
It wasn't one of those, oh, yeah. It was like, okay, enough. This is getting, and I want to add to that. And please, do you guys promise, and just us here, do you promise not to make fun of me if I admit something?
Sure.
I make no such promises.
Just please don't handle me with care.
I will try my best.
Handle me with care. So the Rockies, and this is on me. I'm going to open up by saying this is on me, entirely on me. I haven't been paying attention. I've lost my way. I've lost my way with baseball. I just have. So the Rockies signed somebody yesterday, and I'm reading about him right now, and my immediate reaction is, I've never heard of this human being. Who is Willie Castro?
Like, he's not like some household type of name. It's even guys who really follow baseball, like, he's not somebody that everybody knows about. He's just sort of a journeyman in the league. He's played for 3 different teams. This will be his 4th. Like, it's whatever.
He's going to be your third baseman, probably.
Yeah, he will.
But that therein lies the issue with what's happened to the sport with me. I wish I were more engaged. There was never a time where I wouldn't know a signing, a player. I don't know who he is.
Vic, I don't blame you. It's because I don't know, Brett. I'm so turned off by what I see. There has to be, when you go back to the lost season in the National Hockey League, and it was painful, dude. The whole year was gone. The whole year.
He was an American League All-Star in 2024 for the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Why wouldn't I know that?
Because he's just sort of bounced around and bumped around a little bit. It was with the Tigers, I think, and the Twins. And
okay. Well, this is where it gets a little bit. Do you want to know why he was an all-star in 2024 for the Twins? Because the Twins weren't that great, and they were looking for a guy to put on the roster. It's if you signed Elias Diaz this year, and some team did, would they know Elias Diaz? He was the MVP of the All-Star game 3 years ago or whatever. You know what I mean? Every team gets a guy in.
Name the only member of the Rockies starting staff, pitching staff, who's pitched a no-hitter.
Ever?
Yeah.
Ubaldo.
No, right now. I'm sorry. The current staff.
Is it Lorenzen who they just signed? Yeah.
Yes. Trick question.
Here, you know what's funny, though, is that...
Oh, they just signed him.
So
Thanks for the breaking news, Moj.
You're welcome. Just quickly on this, because I don't think I've brought this up with you guys yet. I am cautiously optimistic about this new regime in charge, because I think, at least with Lorenzen, it's a really smart signing from this standpoint. If he's bad, who cares? Then it's 1 year, $8 million, and it doesn't matter. If he's good, then maybe the Rockies are decent, and then you got a good pitcher. And if he's good and the Rockies stink, then you can flip him for something at the deadline. I think it's a really smart move.
I
It's
totally
really
agree.
no
These are
risk.
the kind of moves. I totally agree. I mean, and you know what? All these very smart moves, what do they matter when you got the Dodgers signing the dude for $240 million?
I want to get off of this because this is a show. This is not a segment. It's not even half a segment. It's not a quarter of a segment. This is a show. But baseball, and I'm going to say this, but again, going back to, I didn't finish my thought. The Avs, the lost year for the National Hockey League, well, it was necessary. And the league has never been in healthier shape than it is right this second because of that lost year, because of the lockout. If baseball does not lock out in 2027, then baseball is doomed. At least it is in my eyes. I will not go back to baseball. I'm pissed. I mean, everything that's happened over the past couple 3-5 years with the Dodgers has made me angry. Now this is over the top bad. Over the top.
You don't want to get Moser angry. That's when you know you've reached the bottom.
Texture says, keep your commie nonsense to yourself. Capitalism says you pay a person what they're worth. If Shohei Ohtani's worth $1 billion, you pay $1 billion. That's fine. There's also rules in a capitalistic society against monopolies, which the Dodgers have kind of formed in the MLB.
And it's not only that, but it's also, listen, Steve's house of screws and bolts can put Brett's house of screws and bolts out of business. Okay, because they do better business and they blah, blah, blah. In pro sports, you can't put other teams out of business, bro. You can't do it. You need those other teams to survive.
It's fine. Sorry. I'm sorry we did this. We can get off the baseball
you're such a jerk. Yeah, stop it. Stop it.
So going back.
And by the way, I'm as capitalist as they come. Go back.
Going back to the NFL playoffs and what the Broncos are facing.
Well, then
tomorrow.
why are you always looking for money? If that's the case, why do you always need money from me?
Because he's a capitalist.
Because you're the cash guy and I'm the card guy. That's the difference. Go ahead.
Probably why you're always looking for money.
We said earlier this week, and it got all those low IQ ingrates out there near Niagara Falls in a lather. You need to stop the run game and James Cook and make Josh Allen one-dimensional. And what they didn't understand was that's not because we thought Josh Allen was bad at throwing the football. It's that if you make him one-dimensional, then your defensive line and your front seven that has been the best in the league for 2 straight years of getting after the quarterback can just focus solely on that detail, and maybe that makes things a lot more difficult for Josh Allen. God, I wish J.K. Dobbins was healthy in this game. Because if the Broncos had a run game, that would really help. If you guys remember, when J.K. Dobbins was healthy through was it 10 or 11 games this year? I think 10. They were top 5 in the league, or at least he was, in rushing yards through that time frame. And that has not happened since then. And you just don't have – it's not like J.K. Dobbins had this burst or explosion like some of the better backs in the league, your Bijan Robinsons, your Gibbses, your guys like that. But God, was he consistent, right? Every time he touched the football, it felt like 4 or 5 yards. And you haven't had that since. And R.J. Harvey's good for maybe one explosion play a game, but it's a lot of like negative ones and no gains mixed in between. And that puts a lot of pressure on Bo Nix. And Vic, you asked the question earlier. Do you think that Shawn Payton will stick with the run game? Will you have a good balance between run and pass? And I get really nervous in a high-pressure situation like this. If they don't have success early running the football, that could leave quickly. And it would be almost hard for me to blame him because you're going to feel a mounting pressure going up against Josh Allen to keep up with the Joneses, to move the chains, to keep them off the field. You can't put that much pressure on your defense. How much should Bo Nix be running the football is my question.
Well, that I was going to say, you make up for that in having your quarterback, especially in the postseason when everything is on the line.
But what if he gets hurt? Who cares, man? Playoffs.
Everything is on the line. Everything is on the line here. This is no time to keep him in bubble wrap.
Yep.
If there's an opportunity to move the ball upfield, I guarantee you there will be occasions in this game tomorrow where it's going to be 3rd and 7. Bo drops back to pass, and fans are yelling at their screen, "Run it!"
Yeah. I think there should be. Look, one of the most successful plays the Broncos have had consistently this year is Bo Nix taking off and running. Am I wrong? It never feels like when Bo Nix takes off and runs, it's a bad plan. Now, a lot of times that's not like designed runs or anything like that, but I think you get in kind of Bo's ear and be like, hey, this is an all hands on deck kind of game. Don't feel the need to try and prove you're a pocket passer. Go out and do whatever's going to move the chains for us.
Well, I'll tell you this, Brett. The guy on the other side has done it, can do it, is bigger and stronger and so on. But he's going to run.
Yeah, he is.
The guy on the other side is going to run the football. And if you want to call it Josh Allen light or dollar store Josh Allen, I don't care. I completely agree with you guys. Get out of the pocket and run.
Just out of curiosity, if you guys had to guess, Josh Allen basically single-handedly willed that offense to a victory against Jacksonville last week. It was a tough game offensively for him. Mm-hmm. He just had to make plays happen. How many runs do you think he had?
Well, is tush push a run? That's a run.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, so I'm going to put that. Only 2 Buffalo Bills carried the ball last week. James Cook and Josh Allen.
Yep.
I'll say that Allen carried it 9 times.
Moj?
I'll say 11.
11 times.
Yeah.
11. James Cook had 15, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And
by the way, when he's rumbling, he's a big guy. There was one collision on the near sideline, sort of middle of the second quarter in that game, and the linebacker got him and got him pretty good. But you know what he did? He got the linebacker pretty good, dude. I mean, he at the end of that run, I don't know that I'd recommend it, but he punished, and I'm like, wow, this guy, he's tough as nails. This guy, he really is. And by the way, he said this week that it's the best he's felt in weeks. Now that could be a bunch of bunk, but he came through. I mean, I guess he feels pretty good. I don't know.
I mean, there's no doubt that he's beat up a little bit. I mean, he's got 3 different injuries listed on the Bills injury report heading into the game this weekend. He's still going to play, obviously, but I don't think there's no – can't be Cam Newton in the Super Bowl. If that football is laying on the ground, you got to jump after the football. Like, whatever it takes to move the chains, especially against this team. And God, it's such a great opportunity for revenge. How often do you get, by the way, you face a team in the postseason that knocks you out and you get them again the following year right out of the gates? Especially with it flipped around, with the game being at home. Mm-hmm. I think everything should be on the table, and they should have a plan in place. If R.J. Harvey and Jaleel or whoever is running the football just can't seem to get things going, draw something up for Bo, because it works. He's fast as hell, man. Like, I still don't think people quite understand how athletic he is. When he takes off and he's at full speed, he's, like, not fast for a quarterback or whatever. He's legit fast. Can get by people. Has to be part of the game
fast.
plan.
When he runs the ball, he looks fast to me.
Well, we noticed that the first training camp. He was faster than every quarterback there. How much patience do you think they will display running the football? That's That's the question. Like, if it doesn't work the first couple times, do they go back to it?
I don't think there's going to be a lot.
Guy, there's only one guy that knows the answer to that, Vic, and he ain't talking.
Now, I do think Shawn Payton said something about that yesterday, and you know, we'll get to that when we come back. But he did – there was something along the lines of writing run the ball on his play sheet again, and I still think just muscle memory is going to take over, and if that's not successful, then he's going to have a hard time just getting back to it. 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys, Kreckman and Lindahl going to give you guys a chance to be in the building tomorrow. They're going to be at Jackson's at 3 o'clock today. It's the Broncos' first home playoff game in a decade. Start your weekend off right with Nate and Andy. They're at Jackson's this afternoon. They're live for a special Bud Light Football Friday show starting at 3, giving away tickets to the Broncos and Bills, along with, of course, awesome Bud Light specials. So we'll see you at Jackson's at 3 o'clock. The Avs also back at it tonight. We'll get some keys to the game here in a few minutes as we break down all of that on a Bud Light Football Friday. Back after this.
Another year of hearing me talk about Dan Capless Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. They're still here because Dan Capless Law wins. They win in record-setting ways. Dan Capless Law is a serious firm for serious cases. And, of course, you believe your case is serious. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. They accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Don't be afraid to call. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Dan Capless Law, 3 locations to choose from across the Front Range. Hit them up at dancaplisslaw.com.
As a play caller, how difficult is it to stick with the run when it might not be working, especially early in the game?
I'll make a note on the sheet, run it. It's important. The thing that I have to continue that changes as you get older is you still have to be quick.
Shawn Payton yesterday at the presser as we head into, what are we, getting close to, 26 hours away from kickoff, essentially?
He acknowledged it. Got to be quicker with the play call. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
Vic,
hours.
I know you're going to be at the game tomorrow. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Brett, what are you going to be doing?
Watching?
Yeah, well,
what do you think he's doing? He's swimming?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think he's swimming. Yeah, he's doing breaststrokes up and down the local pool.
Well, what kind of question is that?
It's a great.
That's
a great question about his question. Yeah.
I've invited my
Stupid ass questions.
brother-in-law Bob over, whom you all know, and I'm getting up early to make ribs, dude. I'm going to start the ribs on the smoker like early in the morning.
Let me write
I'm
this
getting
down.
Ready.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get that information.
Alert the newspaper.
You
Denver
can write
Post,
this
you better
down.
get
Help,
this.
record this.
Gazette, you better get this. I'm getting full-on ribbed for this game, bro. Full-on ribbed. Now, if you don't want to get ribbed, that's your own business. But I choose, this is Moj now, I choose to get ribbed on a football Saturday at 2:30. End of story. Go ahead.
Moj, is this overcompensating for us being called commies earlier? You're going, yeah, I'm going to cook up some ribs and watch some football.
I'm going to adopt a new dog, too. Yeah, so we get up in the morning, we get ribbed and get a new dog.
So, what he was talking about, sticking with the run game, getting stuff in quicker. This is, I think, a judgment, too, on Shawn Payton and his play calling ability here in Denver. There's been a lot of questions about it. Obviously, it's been good enough to have a 14-win season. It's been good enough to turn this thing around in, lightning speed, essentially, for where this team's at right now. But I'll tell you something. I still think key to this game is, can the offense just look decent? Can you give me a decent amount of third down conversion rate? Can you give me a decent amount of rushing yards? Can you not turn the ball over? Can you give me just a couple explosion plays? Can you do things to make Buffalo's defense nervous? And we've seen the Broncos offense, and I think it's the offense more than anything else. God, do they play up and down. It's like they do the bare minimum of what's necessary to win a football game. You play against Tennessee, all right, we'll give you 20 points with a late touchdown. Okay, we'll do that. You play against
those stupid Jets.
Yeah, we're going to score 13 points, and that's going to be enough to win. You play against Green Bay, it's like, all right, we'll put up 30-some because that's what we're going to need today. They have done that, and I just hope that, God, can you give me a game like last year where they came out of the gates, first drive, big touchdown to start the game. You gave everybody hope. The game was what? Wasn't it 13-10 at half? Last year against Buffalo before things started to fall apart?
Yeah, Lutz missed a field goal. They had a chance to have it tied. So,
listen,
at no point in this game, I think, will a Bronco fan feel comfortable. That's just not allowed.
No.
Not in the playoffs. This is going to be very uncomfortable.
And not against that guy. If they have a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, they aren't going to be comfortable.
I give you a classic example. Do you remember a game earlier this season where the New England Patriots at home jumped out to a 21-0 lead over Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened?
The march?
Yeah. Buffalo came back and won that game 35-31. It was 21-0 New England at home. No lead is safe for either team. This is playoff football, baby. There's going to be some anxious moments.
I'm erring to the side of scared. I'm erring to the side of Frady Cat, and I don't want to, but I go back to last week, and I go back to that Bills win on the road at Jacksonville, And if you want to do comparative type of things, and what Jacksonville did here in Mile High about a month ago, and then you look at what Buffalo did to Trevor Lawrence and whatnot, Lawrence ran the ball for 31 yards in that game, which is what Bo Nix is going to have to do as well. And it was a tight game late. Don't get me wrong. I mean, both teams scored 17 points in the second half. But the Jacksonville Jaguars did what we're talking about. And I think the Broncos defense is better than Jacksonville's, but they did what we're talking about. They basically stuffed the line. They stuffed Cook. He was held like 3 yards per carry, which is pretty damn good against James Cook. And
damn
Josh
good.
Allen
They shut him down. Damn good. This is the leading rusher in the NFL. They made him. But they took the leading rusher in the NFL and said, "You're not going to work today." Yeah, but then Buffalo still won the game.
Yeah, but then what did happen? Yeah, then Josh Allen said, "Okay, fine. I'll have a quarterback rating of 109. I'll pass for 280 yards."
That should scare you.
That's why I'm leaning to this side, Brett, where I'm just like, golly, even if you execute your game plan the way you want to defensively and you stuff Cook and you stuff him and you stuff him, you've got that 17 back there, man, who's just that final drive down the field, including the tush push, but still. I mean, the guy's a hell of a player. I mean, I hope you can get to him. I hope you can get to him.
I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I think it's going to be, and I don't think there's any way around it. I think the Broncos are going to have to just keep pace. I don't know if Josh Allen is confident as he is now and what he does, what he did to Jacksonville. Good luck. That's all I can say is good luck. And the Broncos are going to have to answer every drive with a big drive of their own. It's going to be I believe, a high-scoring game.
High scoring.
34-30 type game.
Really? That much?
Wow. That's
Well, I was just going to ask you, I mean, how many points do you think the Broncos need to score to have a shot?
That's how I feel it.
That's pretty heavy duty.
That's what I feel. That's the feeling I have. It's a feel.
So if that's the case, do you think the Broncos could get blown out tomorrow?
Well, not if it's 34-30.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you think the Bills can score above 30 points, the Broncos had a tough time reaching 30 this year. Like, do you think that's a possibility?
That's where I'm getting back to it. Okay, so do you believe, and again, Jacksonville came in at 13-4, Broncos are at 14-3. Are Bo Nix and company offensively against that Bills defense, which is getting better?
Yeah.
I know they have injuries. Are they going to put up more than the Jacksonville Jaguars did at home?
Here's the way I see it, Moj.
Okay, then lay it out.
Here's the way I see it. They've got a coach over there. We've talked about this, man. He's probably worried about his job.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in the divisional playoff, and he's probably worried about his job. I think Joe Brady, their OC, that coaching staff, and that quarterback, fourth downs won't matter. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it all day.
Yeah.
That alone is going to promote more offense. The Broncos have a coach who's born aggressive. That's what he is. It's what he does. It's who he is. I think you combine both of those forces, you're going to have a high-scoring game tomorrow. And it's nothing against the Broncos' defense. You're just taking on an offense that is in that nothing to lose, we can't afford to do anything less than that mode. That's the mode they're going to be in.
Yeah, Brett, you weren't here yesterday. This is, again, Josh Allen is what, 29 years old? What is he, 29?
Yes.
No. Yeah, 29. He's in that, look, if I don't do it now, when am I going to do it type of mode?
Yeah, if not now, then when?
And I think McDermott's in the same kind of thing. They're probably, Vic, as you said, they're going to be ultra aggressive even on fourth down, and they're probably going to be somewhat unpredictable. I mean, I think that they look at it and say, crap, we've been fighting now for 6 years
every
in the
series.
same position, and they've not been able to get over that final hump. I think they're going to throw caution to the friggin' wind.
Maybe totally agree.
That's a little bit more scary than anything.
Yes, I think every damn possession is going to be four-down territory, right? Every series, four-down territory.
Yeah.
From the very get-go. So get used to it. And the Broncos' defense at times, you're going to have to make some plays via the turnover. You're going to have to take the ball away to stop them.
There's a really boring thing about this game, but I think it's important. Like, obviously, if you're settling for field goals as opposed to getting touchdowns, that's going to be a killer. You get in the red zone, you got to score a touchdown, man. Like, you have to. I think that Will Lutz is going to be really important tomorrow. And he's been really good since
and
being
Matt
here.
Prater, meanwhile, has a quad injury that he's dealing with. He didn't even practice yesterday. And I know for a kicker, you just give it time to relax, but could be a factor. We'll see. Can you believe Matt Prater, 41 years old, is coming back to Denver to kick in this game?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Lutz is, I mean, he really is a weapon for you, though. Like, he is an incredibly solid kicker that just doesn't miss really all that often. And you get to the postseason. I mean, you said it, Vic. I don't know if it changes much of how the second half went last year. You make that field goal at halftime, though, it's a 10-10 ball game. Maybe the feel's totally different, that it's tied going into it. And it's like, man, I can't believe we're here.
34-30. High-scoring game. I don't know.
I've got to
I really hope that's not the case.
Yeah, let me establish this. Is this Vic talking or is this Vic's loins talking?
I don't
Which
have
one
loins
is it?
anymore. They're gone. It's 34-30.
I mean, you got some loins left.
Just remember while you're preparing your ribs, that deep insight to game day. Just remember that. These are two teams. One team is going to score because they know they're at the end of the road if they don't. And the other team's got a coach who wants to show off his offense. I would be stunned if it's a low-scoring game. Beyond stunned.
You're acting like the food that you prepare for your game day has no effect on the football game. That's what you're acting like. Now, I can't prove that it does, but you can't prove that it doesn't. And my ribs are going to be smoking.
I can't believe you think it's going to be that high scoring.
I know, I can't either. I don't feel that. I don't feel like the Broncos. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. In fact, let me try to jinx it. I don't think the Broncos can get to 26. How's that? And they'll probably have 30 at halftime, and I'll be like, yeah, jinx.
Meanwhile, did you guys see
Vic, let me be serious here for a second. If the Broncos are not running the football, it's going to be a very long day for their offense. They have to run the ball.
They haven't been able to run the ball. What makes you think they can run the ball?
Well, dude, the Bills' defense, what they do best and one of the best in the National Football League is defend the pass. We had Legwald on yesterday who described it all for you.
Two of their DBs are out.
I understand that. I'm just telling you, they do it as a unit very, very well. They disguise very well. Okay, we're going to find out here in 32 hours or whatever it is. We'll find out in 32 hours.
The over-under in this game, by the way, is 45.5.
They'll blow that out of the water.
Oh, yeah, it's like
it's
like a 24-21 game, something like that is what they're expecting. I got a hard time thinking that there's going to be 30 points scored by either team.
Okay.
I really do.
Hey, Brett, if 30 points is scored by a team, who has about a 75% chance of being that team?
It'd be Buffalo because they've done it multiple times.
Kyle writes, I think it'll be too cold for 34-30, Vic. Did you watch the Chicago game last week? Was it cold there? By the way, the temperatures in Chicago this weekend, oh, my goodness.
How miserable would that be if you're a fan going to that game? I would hate it so much. And all you hardos out there that are like, it's football weather, not for me.
You know those idiots in Green
these
Bay.
60-degree days that we got here in January, that's my kind of winter. I like that a lot.
I went to the range and hit some balls yesterday. Just by myself hitting balls into the wind. That kind of sucked because it was so windy. But, here I am in the middle of January hitting balls. But those idiots in Green Bay, when it's like 2 below and they have no shirts on, right? Those guys.
Yeah.
And people are like, hey, look at those guys. Hey, they're having fun. I'm like, I think they're idiots. I think those people are absolute morons.
Oh,
they can't string to, they can't. Okay, well, yeah. Look,
when you were young, you probably did stuff like that.
22 years old, my shirt off in -2. Yeah. No, bro.
You're old and brittle. Slow healer.
You're the one who, when it gets down to 50, you're bitching.
Because I'm old. I readily admit it. The older I get, the more sensitive I get to the cold. To me, tomorrow's going to be very cold.
Just a couple of brittle-haired pansies I'm doing
yes.
this show with.
100%.
Just a couple of them.
Listen, I see the difference between you and I is there's going to be people that attend that game tomorrow that say, this is great. I love it. And if you put me out in that stadium in those temperatures, I'm going to be freezing my butt off no matter how many layers I wear.
Yeah, but some of my fondest memories, though, are sitting at Mile High and have the snow. I'm not moving, and I have my beer. And
always get cold.
The snow piles up on my beer like this, Brett, like this much on top of my brewski and on my legs.
No, thank you.
Those were fun. Those were actually fun days, man.
No,
they're
memorable.
Now that I think back, I mean, because at the time you're miserable, you're going like, oh my God, what am I doing? And I got to sift through the snow to get to my beer, right? Mm-hmm. But then you look back on it fondly. You're like, man, those were the days. Those were good days. Good days.
Tune in tomorrow starting at noon for the best pregame show in the city. Andy and Mike Sanford will be at live at number 38, taking you right up to kickoff. Stop by, grab a dew and a brew, and watch the game with Andy. See you at number 38 in Rhino tomorrow. Chad Brown joins us in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Are you ready to embrace that mountain lifestyle? Are you looking for an investment property, maybe a second home, perfect place, dream home, whatever it may be? Well, it can be hard to find that perfect place, but I've got the answer. And her name is Anastasia Bell. Fantastic agent. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, and she's an absolute expert in mountain properties of all kinds. Summit County, all over the mountain, she's the go-to because she has expert concierge service. She's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time, and she can help you too, whether it's buying or it's selling, and now is the perfect time and opportunity. That's why you need the best, who knows that situation like no other. The inventory is there waiting for you to find your dream. So give her a call today. She will answer her phone. This is it, 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. Whether it's a mountain getaway, ski in, ski out, or anything in between or else, she's the one to call. Remember that name. It's Anastasia Bell.
Chad Brown's going to join us in just a few minutes, get his thoughts on the Broncos' first home playoff game in a decade. But let's do this first.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Game tonight, Avs and Predators, 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Keys to the game, Moj.
Well, I tell you what, you're going to have both your goalies available to you. And this is the first of a back-to-back for the Nashville Predators. And when I tell you they've been playing better hockey, they have the third most amount of points in the league since Thanksgiving. They got off to a 6-12 start, and you're going, oh, okay, well, they're completely out of it. They were in last place in the Western Conference. But Roman Josi is starting to play much better hockey. They got an overtime win against the Oilers the last time out. They're looking to go 3 games above 500 for the first time this season. So they're playing good. So what I'm saying is you can't just come on out and act like, oh, yeah, you're going to roll over the Nashville Predators. But here's what you are doing well. Even when you have lulls in the course of a game, you're still putting the puck in the back of the net. You're averaging 4 goals per game in your last 10 games. You're averaging 2.2 goals given up, which is way better than what the Preds have done. The Preds are almost a goal given up more per game. I would just say keep the pressure on whomever. Well, I'm guessing it's going to be Saros. I'm guessing he's going to go. His save percentage is not good. Keep the pressure up on that goalie early. But who's ever between the pipes for your team? Blackwood hasn't played for a while. Wedgwood's been out for a week now, almost a full week. So protect your goalie in the early going, get him into the game nice and smoothly, and you're going to be good to go.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. The Avs host the Predators tonight at Ball Arena. You can hear that action on 92.5. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law, medical, doctor, and attorney. So just quickly here, we'll talk to Chad Brown at the top of the hour. Get his thoughts on the Broncos playoff game. And we'll get back to it in a second. I know you guys probably touched on the Dante Moore thing yesterday, that he's coming back to Oregon for another year.
We didn't mention it.
Oh, you did not? Mm-mm. Well, it's shocking to me that a guy that is, look, was he going to go number 1 in the draft? No, it's going to be Mendoza. Could he have gone 2? Maybe. Could he have gone 3? Yeah. Could he have gone top 5? Probably. Top 10? Certainly. And he decided to come back to college. Why? Because he is going to make reportedly $7.5 million to come back to Oregon.
So why is it shocking to you?
Because there's a difference here between guaranteed money down the line and immediate money up front. $7.5 million is a lot. I don't think his stock goes higher than this, though. It's not going to get better.
Well, Brett, he was projected. I mean, if you look at just his talent, people are saying he's a second-round talent. But because he's a quarterback, obviously he would go higher, higher, higher. But I guess the question is how much higher? And where would he be slotted in with that contract? I mean, $7.5 million for 1 year, and then you're in the same position next year. It's pretty damn good. It's pretty good.
If you're in the same position, which a whole bunch of quarterbacks don't get that, by the way.
I think it's a no-lose situation for him.
Yeah, that's the way, unless he's just awful for Oregon next year, and I don't think that he will be. I think the funniest part about all of that, do you realize what's happened now, right? That he decided to go back? You realize what's happened?
Yeah, Dylan Raiola's got to wait a year.
No, he's leaving again.
He is?
He's getting out of, I think, I heard he's getting out of Oregon. Like, he was
really?
a Duck for 2 days.
I thought the report was that he was, even if he was to come back, he would sit a year. That he was cool with it.
Oh, really?
But I guess here's what I'm getting at, Vic. The difference, how about this? If his draft stock does go down, and again, there have been quarterbacks where this has happened. Like I still remember. I still remember when Andrew Luck, he came back for that extra year at Stanford, and I was like, man, that's pretty risky. You were the guaranteed number 1 pick, and he ended up being that anyway. Mm-hmm. But here's the difference between being the first pick and the 12th pick. Caleb Williams has a $40 million deal over 4 years. Bo Nix at 12 has an $18 million year over 4 years.
Yeah, but you're looking at it the wrong way. You're starting the clock a year later, and you're starting the clock with $7.5 million in your pocket.
Correct. But what I'm saying is, what if he drops to the second round because he's not as good next year? That's what I'm saying.
He's betting on himself.
But I'm just saying that's a risk that you're taking when you're guaranteed a top 10 pick.
I think it's a risk if the money weren't as high as it is. But since the salary is going to be insane, the risk is neutered.
Until you get a knee injury or something, like that's all I'm saying. Like there's a lot of inherent risks here for him that, I mean, I get it. $7.5 million to play one more year of college football sounds like a great deal.
By the way, that's insane.
It is insane, yes. But I'll tell you something else, and just to piggyback off this. You want to know how much NIL and this money has changed the way the draft goes around? I remember, was it last year or 2 years ago, there was a couple GMs talking about this. They go, it's not a very deep draft. Kept saying that. Like the first 3 rounds is kind of where the players are, and then after that, it's really slim pickings.
By the way, real quick, I got my information from DMac, and apparently DMac got. So there you go.
Okay. As of right now, early entrance into the NFL draft. Early entrance. In 2021, at this time, there was 130. Do you know how many have declared now, early? 42. 90.
That's because they're getting paid, Brett. They're getting paid.
Of course, but that's how much it's changing things. Like guys are willing to stay that extra. If we went back 4 years ago, 0 chance Dante Moore's coming back for another year. 0.
Correct.
I thought about
that
something.
Is correct.
You know what this has done, this new era of college sports? It's placed more focus on the brand that is your college, that is your team that you follow. It's even more important to follow the team and less the player. Because, pro sports, people are fanboys or stans, whatever they call them, of certain players, right? It happens all the time. And that player goes to another team, and that loyalty follows to that team. In college football now, college basketball, college football, the loyalty is strictly with the team because you don't know who the hell's playing for that team. Year in, year out.
I'm not saying that I hate that aspect of it, Vic. What I hate is even if you are a diehard follower of the team, you have no idea what team you have. You have no idea the players that are on your 100%. Team. You have no idea what's going to fit. Like there was something special about when you had a recruiting class, that was like a 3-year window of mostly the same guys being there with a few new ones mixed in every year. And there was some sort of consistency to knowing what you were getting. I can't imagine what pro sports would be like if every year was free agency.
But this is why you're a fan of the logo now. You're a fan of the team name. You're a fan of the school. I mean, just put yourself in CU shoes. You're a CU fan. Who are you rooting for next year? Besides the quarterback, who you can identify with the quarterback, right? You can identify with the quarterback. Everybody else is going to be different. You have no idea what to expect.
Yeah. Texture says, is he trying to avoid being drafted by the Jets? I got news for you, buddy. The Jets and some other awful team are going to be there to draft you next year. There's no, don't worry, I'll wait and the Chiefs will take me. That's not how the draft works.
I just don't think he's that good yet. Maybe he wants to refine his game.
Could be. I tend to agree with you. Like, I don't know how good Dante Moore is. I always get... It's funny to say, considering 2 Oregon quarterbacks reside in the AFC West. Oregon quarterbacks make me nervous just because they have a system that's run that, mark my words, whenever Dylan Raiola takes over for Oregon, and I watched a lot of his football games sitting on the couch next to my wife, he was not good. He did nothing special, but he will put up numbers if he plays for Oregon. Because every Oregon quarterback does it. Name one that didn't. Bo Nix, Justin Herbert, go through the line. Dante Moore, Marcus Mariota, just keep going. Find me the guy. Dennis Dixon, go through all those. Joey Harrington, all of them.
I was just going to say, okay, you want me to go all the way back to Joey? Is that what you want me to do?
You can't find one that doesn't do it. Like, you play quarterback for Oregon, you put up 35 touchdowns, and your offense scores 40 points a game. It doesn't matter which era you play in. Since, the year 2000, it's been that way. Since Phil Knight took over.
Yeah, agreed. We're going to talk to Chad Brown here momentarily, are we not?
Yes.
I can't wait. He's probably down in Arizona having a great time. The sun's shining. He's got it here, too, though. Do you realize that Josh Allen, do you know how many games he started in a row?
He missed a game or two his rookie season when he was injured. After that, he's been as durable as they get. He doesn't miss
It's
games.
the longest active streak in the National Football League. I don't care what this guy is dealing with. I don't care if he's got a foot injury, a hand, an elbow, a knee. I don't care what he's done. Brett, you know what the streak is?
I don't. It's a lot.
122 straight games.
Yeah. So hang on. I have a question. This relates to, when teams have sellout streaks, there are games that clearly are not sold out. But a donor will come in and buy a whole bunch of money to keep the streak going or something like that. And they will say that the streak continues. Josh Allen's had, I think, 3 games in his career during this stretch in which he's come in and taken a snap and then left the field. Do you feel like that's cheap?
Yeah, I do.
Because that's what he did the final week of the season. The last regular season game, they sat everybody down. He took the first snap, handed it off, and then ran off.
But he could have played.
I understand. Yes, I get it. I remember Miguel Tejada was playing for Baltimore, and he had the longest streak in the MLB. It was like not going to get to Cal Ripken level, but it was like going to be top 3 all time. And he took an inside fastball off his hand. Next day, he came out, was the leadoff batter on the visiting, they were the road team, bunted, left.
You know what this is like? We should know. It's like when Moser takes vacation time and will call the show thinking that qualifies as a work day.
That's true. Can't help yourself.
Do you know what Brent Burns' streak is at right now?
It's a lot.
Brent Burns, Vic. It's the 3rd longest streak in history.
Games?
Yeah.
Today?
Consecutive games. Yep. Today. Yes, today.
Tell me quickly.
Let me just guess this. Let me guess this. 82 games this season. Does it include postseason?
No, regular season.
So 82 games this season. Blah 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 blah.
640 games.
I'll say it's 1,050.
970.
Woo!
Ooh, I was close.
Wait, was Keith Yandel sort of the champion of that one?
Yandel is second, so he'll catch Yandel. I think early next year, if he continues to play. And the number 1 is, believe it or not, it's Phil Kessel.
Oh yeah. Well, he had that extra
Kessel.
padding around him.
Right. Take the bumps and bruises.
Chad Brown breaks down the Broncos with us next.
Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah.
You don't want your furnace to blow up now. Cold weather's coming. They tell me it's coming this weekend. Your furnace is very important. I don't know anything about furnaces, but I do know who to call. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Right now, they've got a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection. It prevents breakdowns, it improves that efficiency, and ensures that your furnace is safe to run all winter. So leave it to the pros. Call the folks at AAA. Schedule your appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's simple. AAAtoday.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by Chad Brown. What's up, Chad?
What's happening, fellas? Happy Football Friday to you.
Exactly right. And we got a home playoff game tomorrow that hasn't happened in almost a decade. And the question is this. We've been kind of like, you focus all week, and the narrative around this game seems to be surrounding Josh Allen versus the Broncos defense. And I understand why. It kind of feels like whoever wins that battle is probably going to win the game. But how much of this is on Bo Nix? When you talk about a guy who's in year 2 of his career, made the playoffs last year as a rookie, game went kind of as expected. But in this one, can you make any bigger judgments about Bo Nix, the quarterback, or is it still too early in his career to do that?
I think you can make a comfortable judgment. To go up against a playoff team that embarrassed you last year in your rookie year, and no shame in that. This team and Bo Nix weren't ready last year, but this has been a different season. So now Bo Nix has got to step up to the plate. And there's no secret that the weakest part of the Buffalo Bills team is their run defense. So if Bo Nix and the Broncos offense can get some kind of lead going early where they can continue to run the football and take advantage of the worst part of the Buffalo Bills team, obviously that's going to be important. And Bo Nix is going to be a huge part of getting off to an early lead or a fast start on offense where the run game can remain a part of the offense all game long. And Shawn Payton can look at that note on his play sheet, run the ball, dang it, and actually do that and not become pass happy again. So I think Bo Nix certainly has a role to play in this, particularly early.
I want you to determine right now whether I'm smart or dumb. And I'm going to ask you a question. Is it smart or dumb of me to think that this is going to be a high-scoring game only because the Bills are there again and their coach is feeling it? They got to get to the promised land. They've been close. They got to get there. They got a quarterback who is, he stays alive. That's the one thing he does well. He manages to move his team no matter what. They're going to move the ball. They're going to score the ball, and the Broncos are going to have to keep pace. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, Chad. I think it's 34-30, something of that nature. Smart or dumb?
Given I've only got 2 options there, smart or dumb, I'm going to go with dumb. I've got this as a lower scoring game. I know the Bills are going to move the ball, but the Broncos' red zone defense is pretty darn good. So I got the Bills kicking a couple of field goals and they're not scoring touchdowns. I don't think the Broncos' offense is going to be dynamic, but enough to get the win. So I've got this a much lower scoring game. I've actually got this under the under from a score standpoint. So I disagree with you. Given only 2 answers, I had to go smart or dumb, but I can see a world in which your scenario, Vic, could play out and becomes a bit of a shootout if these offenses are able to find some success, particularly down the field. Let's not forget that the Denver Broncos are one of the worst teams the worst team as far as giving up pass interference penalties. Josh Allen knows that. Could there be a little bit of not Jordan rules, but Josh Allen rules? We've seen Riley Moss flagged 8 times. Broncos got 20, a league high, 20 pass interference penalties, which could allow for a more explosive game which would lend itself to your scenario, Vic.
Yeah, and I think that if one team's going to put up 30, it's going to be that other team. But, Chad, when you look top to bottom here, if you could pick out one deciding factor for the Broncos winning the game, if this thing happens, it gives the Broncos the best chance to win the game. What is that?
If they're able to limit Buffalo's run offense, in 2 of the 3 losses the Broncos have had, the opponent ran for over 100 yards. If the Bills can do what they do, which is lead the league in rushing and run for over 100 yards with James Cook, and Josh Allen's obviously going to sprinkle some runs in there as well, that would probably be the biggest factor is limiting those guys, forcing them to win through the air when they've got a depleted wide receiver core. So I'm sure I'm not the only one saying this. I have to imagine Vance Joseph and his staff are reiterating this to the guys up at front in the front 7. We've got to shut this run game down. We've got to make them one-dimensional. We've got to force their lesser players in their wide receiver room to play career games they would have to play in order for them to get the win here.
Chad, I wish that J.K. Dobbins was healthy for this game, but he's not. Shawn Payton was asked about sticking to the run game yesterday, and I know he's made a much better commitment this season than in the previous two of sticking with that. But this kind of feels like a game, if it's not going early, that he could get away with it or get away from it because he'll start to panic a bit. Do you think the Broncos can do anything successful without a decent running game tomorrow?
I don't think so, because here's a quick story. So when I was with the Patriots, we played the Steelers on a Monday night game, and the Steelers came into the game with the number 1 ranked run defense. What did Bill Belichick do? He ran the ball He threw the ball 30 straight times. 30. He said, "Why are we going to slam our head into a brick wall? Why not just do what we do and take advantage of what they don't do well?" So from that perspective, there has to be some kind of balance to this Broncos run offense. The Bills are awful at defending the run. So if Shawn Payton gets away from it because he's just not looking at his play sheet, or he gets away from it because it didn't meet some early success standard that he had in his head, he's playing into the Bills' hands. That's the worst part of their football team. Take advantage of that. Do what they don't do well. It's like football 101. And so if you get frustrated as a play caller, or you think it's just not clicking for us tonight, the run game is a 4-quarter commitment. You have to continue with it. You have to continue to sprinkle it in, keep the defense honest. And so those runs can begin to have a much larger effect in the second half, and then particularly in the fourth quarter. And seeing that I view this as a close game, then it's never going to be away from you as a Broncos offense. It's going to always be available for you there. And you've got to, again, punch them where they're vulnerable. They are 31st in the league defending the run.
Chad, I think for the Broncos to win this game, the defense is going to have to score, at least set up a score. And they're going to have to turn the ball over. And this defense has not been very good at doing that. Is that pure luck? Can it be taught? Is it a skill? What is it? Why are some defenses so good at it and others are not?
Well, part of the reason why the Broncos don't have a whole lot of turnovers is because they get a whole lot of sacks. The opposing quarterback knows that these guys are going to get after you. So as a quarterback, your job is just not make a mistake and panic in the moment. How many times do we see a quarterback clearly under pressure, feels like he's trying to throw out of a well, throwing off his back foot, throws the ball up in the air, and the DB gets an easy interception? Well, these quarterbacks are playing smart because they are prepared for this pressure that the Broncos bring. And going back to the Jacksonville game, if Josh Allen can play like Trevor Lawrence and the Jags offense were fine to exchange sacks, which are about a 7-yard loss, for 20-plus yard explosive plays down the field. The Jags had 5 of those plays, and they gave up 4 sacks. So from a yardage perspective, who's the smarter team? What's the smarter yardage thing to do? Yeah, Jags are fine. You're going to get yours, Denver pass rush, but we are going to get ours in the secondary. So if Josh Allen can play with that mindset, and if the play is done, don't do something dumb with the football, but also recognize if you stand in that pocket long enough, there are going to be open guys down the field, or there are going to be matchups that are very favorable for us from a Buffalo Bills perspective. I think that's the way to think about going after this Broncos defense.
You know, I look at the intangibles here, Chad, and the big bad witch that has stopped the Bills mostly is gone. There ain't no Patrick Mahomes in front of Josh Allen and McDermott and company, right? And he's 29 years old. McDermott could be gone if they don't win. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know this, man. The Bills have been getting closer and closer and closer, and they ain't gotten it done. How much in terms of the intangibles, caution to the wind, if we don't do it now, I don't know when we're going to do it type of mentality, propels the team in the postseason, or does it at all?
I don't think the Josh Allen narrative is, being muttered in that Bills locker room about, hey, man, there's no Patrick Mahomes, there's no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow in front of us this year. We got to do it for Josh. I think Josh is thinking that. I think Josh recognizes the opportunity in front of him. But I don't think that's a rallying cry there. But if the quarterback in this playoffs who's most capable of going into his closet and putting on a Superman cape has that little bit of extra motivation, sees the extra window of opportunity that he knows is probably not going to be available very often in the playoff scenario, if that guy who can go full Superman mode can go a couple more plays of full Superman mode, that could be enough.
Chad Brown with us. We discussed this earlier, going back to the run game. I watched Josh Allen against the Jags. It felt like they had a tough time getting some things offensively going that didn't involve him. And so he took off and ran a bunch. They ran the tush pushes, obviously, that picked up big yardage. Is this a game where you look at Bo Nix and you're like, hey, I know that our offense is kind of built around you being a pocket passer. I know you want to prove that you can be a pocket passer. Take off and run. It works. It picks up yards. It moves the chains. Are you trying to get in his ear and be like, hey, whatever it takes to move the chains, if that means you run the ball 14 times tomorrow, then go ahead and do it?
This is the playoffs. This is the playoffs, man. You got to be willing to modify things that you've done in the past. You've got to be able to put your body at risk in ways that you were maybe uncomfortable before. So Bo Nix has run the ball successfully this season, but it's been limited a bit. Yeah. From a conversation standpoint, Bo, if it's there, take it. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, we want to be explosive down the field. Of course, we want to threaten their secondary with deep balls so we can keep those guys back, which will open up the run game. So we can't get crazy with it. We still have to be able to throw the ball efficiently because of the pressure that puts on the defense. But when the opportunity is there, when you recognize man coverage on third down, keep it stored in your brain. It's man coverage. If I get a lane, just take off, pick up the first down, live to fight another down, keep this pressure going on this defense and convert this third down. That certainly has to be on the table. There's nothing more frustrating from a pass rush perspective is when I beat somebody, which is hard to do against the Broncos offensive line most of the time. But when you beat somebody and the quarterback escapes and runs out the pocket, it begins to change your rush if he does that 4 or 5 times over the course of a ball game. Now you're not as willing to bend the edge and go around the corner. Now you stop at the quarterback level and you're trying to see what he's going to do. So it starts to chip away at your pass rush efficiency if a quarterback does that effectively.
All right, Chad, what does your belly tell you? Your massive belly. What does it tell you right now? AFC title game. Name the 2 teams playing in the AFC title game. Who will they be?
Well, I'm no Quinn Miners, so I'm not going to pass on the belly comparison there. But I've got the Broncos and Texans in the AFC Championship game.
God, Denver would love that.
Yes.
That AFC Championship game would score 9 combined points.
Maybe, if that. It
would be a rematch of earlier this year. Of course, the Texans would most likely be at full speed with C.J. Stroud, which would change things from the earlier matchup this year. But it'd be 2 awesome defenses. I think the Texans defense is playing at a little bit of a higher level, but that's no diss to what the Broncos have been able to accomplish all year. Their statistics speak for themselves. But Bronco Country would certainly love a home AFC Championship game against a Houston Texans team whose offense still leaves a little bit to be desired.
It's Chad Brown. Joins us every single week. Always appreciate the time and the insight, Chad. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
See you, buddy.
Chad Brown joins us every single week on the Ramos Law Hotline. Keep in mind, you can tune in for the Texans and Patriots on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Sunday with coverage starting at 2 p.m. Westwood One's coverage of the NFL lives on Altitude Sports Radio.
I don't see the Texans beating New England. I just don't see it.
New England is just, they feel really complete.
I just don't see that happening. I'm trying to find. I thought C.J. Stroud was so bad in their victory the week before, so bad, and somehow they won the game. I don't think he goes in there and wins. I just don't think he does.
They had 2 defensive touchdowns. I know one was at the very end when Rodgers threw a retirement ball. He said, "Get me out of here. I'm done. Here, take that." But yeah, they couldn't get a snap off. Can you imagine? Mm-hmm. 5 fumbles from your quarterback and an interception in a single game, and you win by 24 points? Yeah. By 24!
That's how bad the opposition was.
Yeah. Yep. 303-504-0925. We got Lay It Down coming up. Drunk Takes. Stick around.
The year is 2026, and if I say the words erectile dysfunction, you go, oh, well, don't do that. Because if you're dealing or struggling with any form of it, why don't you get ready to move past that frustration and that embarrassment and all that laughing it off stuff and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Look, they can help you out in a big-time way. Few things in life more wonderful than intimacy, right? Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. If you had something else wrong with you, an ankle, an elbow, whatever it may be, you're going to get that taken care of. You're going to get it fixed. So why not take care of your ED here in 2026 and change your life? The initial visit's only $99. You got the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, then your visit's totally free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be back in business before you know it. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday, and gosh, is it good to be here. I mean, think about where we're at, boys. Home playoff game for the Broncos tomorrow. If they win a single playoff game, it's the AFC Championship, and then who knows? Maybe you head to the Bay afterwards. But we'll get to lay it down in a second. Yeah, Vic, what's going on?
I would like to publicly skewer one of our texters. Do you mind?
Sure.
Texter 719 is the area code, Colorado area code. And the question is, and with all due respect, Texter, when you say with all due respect, everything that follows is respectful. The question is, who the heck is Chad Brown? That's the question from the Texter.
That's not a good question to ask.
That's a setup. So stop. If you're from Colorado, and you have a Colorado area code, so I assume you are, and you were raised here, and I don't care how old you are, you could be 8, you could be 80, and you don't know who Chad Brown is, given what he's done in the state of Colorado for the University of Colorado football team, as an NFL player, as a broadcaster here in the last 15 years. If you don't know who Chad Brown is, that's on you. That's almost like if you're a sports fan and you don't know who he is here in town, that tells me everything I need to know about you.
Look, not that these two are on the same level or anything, but we did have a caller who said he listens to the show every day and thought my name was Nate.
I mean, in all due seriousness, take some time to learn. If you're from here, especially, learn about the history of the area, maybe. Invest a little, maybe open a book.
Good to have Nate back.
That's so funny. All right. So listen, just talked to Chad Brown about this game tomorrow, and I'll be honest with you guys. We brought it up for a second earlier. I am so, nervous. I am nervous about the game tomorrow. And it's not because I don't think the Broncos can win or anything like that. I'm just nervous because it's going to be tough, and I would hate to see a season where you go 14-3, you're the 1 seed in the AFC, you win the AFC West for the first time in God knows how long, you vanquish the Chiefs. Pretty much that win sent them on that downward spiral where they missed the playoffs and everything bad happens. For that to end in a one-and-done scenario it's nerve-wracking to me because it feels like, I don't know if it'd feel like it would be a waste, but, God, it would feel like a missed opportunity with what you have right now.
It would. I think that the people in Seattle, I'm sure that their fans are probably feeling the same way that we're feeling. And I know they have a very familiar opponent in the San Francisco 49ers who have dealt with all kinds of injury and so on and so forth. But typically, Brett, when we get to the postseason and you're looking at a number 1 seed, how do you feel about that team?
Amazing. They're
like
incredible.
They're going to kick ass. Yeah.
Confident.
They're going to kick ass. Maybe get a toughie in the title game of the conference, right? And then probably go to the bowl, and that's how you feel because that's how good that team is in your brain. I think we look at the Broncos and we look at their season, and they've done a lot of wonderful things.
I think this applies to both 1 seeds. Both, yeah.
Absolutely. Same with Seattle. They've done a lot of wonderful things. The defenses saved their bacon on occasion in a big-time way and so on and so forth. But they just don't feel like a typical number 1.
You know why?
So then you start to get into that little anxiety fit. You start rocking back and forth like this, and you're going, go get Josh Allen, please. That kind of thing.
You know why? Because nobody expected it to happen this fast.
Right.
That's why. Nobody walked into this season thinking this team's going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC and Seattle's going to be number 1 in the NFC. Nobody expected it to happen like this. That's why.
Yeah, but there's also, I think at its most basic level, Bills fans aren't feeling unconfident about this game. They aren't. And we could tell by the responses we got to that little clip that we sent out a couple days ago. Why? Because in people's minds, even though this goes, I think, anti what the results are, good offense makes you confident. And good defense doesn't do it for people. Despite all of the evidence being the contrary, that you should be more confident in the team that has the good defense as opposed to the good offense. I mean, if I asked you guys, the way you felt about the Broncos' runs to Super Bowls in 2013 or 2015, were you more confident in 13 or 15?
13.
No question, right?
I was more confident in 13.
They're putting up 40 points a game. Why wouldn't you feel confident about that?
Correct.
But in reality, the defense that can hold your opponent to less than 20 points a game is way more consistently viable. Way more. And I think that's the problem. And I think both Broncos fans and Seahawks fans have that issue. Now, the Seahawks have had a better offense than the Broncos this year because they can run the football a lot better. Sam Darnold's been pretty good. But it's a lot easier in people's minds to trust the offense than it is to trust the defense.
What did that girl on the airplane say? She's sort of crying there, and she's pointing back. She's
Put
like,
your damn shoes on, take your flip-flops off, Moser.
No,
Is that what she
she's
said?
like,
I think that she said that to you specifically.
She said that Blanker is not real. You remember that? You remember that? Right?
Pretty good impression.
And I think that people around the National Football League are looking at the Broncos and the Seahawks, and maybe even in my heart, I am a tiny bit, because the Broncos are the furthest thing in the world from a fraud. Okay, fraud. That's a horrible word, and that's an unkind word, and it doesn't apply at all to the Denver Broncos. But there's a form of, are they for sure a number one seed type of team? Are they for sure that good? I mean, can they win the whole damn thing? Yeah, they can. Absolutely they can. But, in your mind, you think of number one seeds as number one seeds. Right? And I think you get people around the league going, that trucker is not real. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something.
I don't care what anybody says.
Moj, you stumbled across something. I just told Nelly that is now a permanent hotkey on my page. I am going to use that for every team that I feel like is fraudulent for the rest of time. Whenever we talk about
don't use me. Use her.
No, that's what I'm telling him. I'm telling him to get that clip from her because we are going to play that.
Well, but you got to bleep it. You got to bleep it, though.
I prefer another Moserism on how Buffalo fans view the Denver Broncos. Nelly, and we talked about this one. I think most Buffalo fans look at the Broncos like this.
Like what?
Nelly, like this.
I think he's looking up my thing.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God.
What did you want him to do? I think he's looking up the thing for me.
The year is 2026, and if I say the words erectile dysfunction, erectile dysfunction, you go,
It's exactly the sound that I make every time you do that commercial, actually. It's the exact sound. It's 100%.
Look at my face, dude.
Oh, Vic, you missed it, by the way. I got Moser again on another one of those reads. I think it was the day you were gone. Moser did something.
Oh, yeah. He got me again.
I can say what you asked me during the break before you did the commercial. He asked me.
No.
Yes, I'm going to say it. Moser just does a Moser thing during a break. And Vic, you know this as well as anybody. It's just whatever randomly pops into his head. And he looks at me and he goes, "Can I say wang on the air?" And I said, and I didn't know what it was in reference to. So I was just like, "Yeah, Moj, knock yourself out. Go ahead." And then he goes, "Hey, if you have erectile dysfunction," and then he stopped mid-read, lost it, and went to break.
It's not a laughing matter. I don't know what your problem is.
Hey, can you say wang on the air?
That's what he said. Oh, my God. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's against any rules. Sure.
I haven't heard that word for
I know. That's why it killed
Moser. That was such an 80s word. Holy moly.
Anyway, we'll get to lay it down in a second. Nelly, let me know when you have this clip, because it's got to be played at some point. It has to. Because Moser.
But I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
What do I think of the Detroit Pistons' 29-10 start to the season?
That motherfucker back there is not real.
I'm going to use that forever. All right. So, Moj, with the NFL playoffs continuing this weekend, the Broncos playing tomorrow. You got one?
I got one, and if we're going to do it, let's do it right.
All right.
I got one.
The tiny hands. Everything. I mean, instant
I know.
comedy.
It's just so funny, man.
Hang on. Can you pretend those hands are drumming again, Vic?
You need a long sleeve shirt, dude. You got to have a long sleeve shirt, man. Oh, you do have one. I put it in there. Please put it in there.
What's her name again on SNL?
Her name is Kristen Wiig.
No, the character. Denise.
No, Denise or Journeys or something weird.
And
it's like some weird.
Denise.
And I'm Journey.
All right, go ahead, Mo.
All right. How much do you believe in your former quarterback, Brett? That's the question I've got to ask you.
I do. That weather's it's different.
It is. But when you look at some things in this football game with the Rams on the road to the Chicago Bears, in fact, I'm going to ask you, Brett, what do you think about the Chicago Bears?
Moser, you're going down the
same road. Go ahead, play it again. Play it one more time.
I was waiting for it, Nelly.
Go ahead and play it one more time. I don't care. Go ahead.
But I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real.
That's how I still feel about it, yes.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right. When you look at some of the numbers of this game and you look at where these teams rank, you realize the Chicago Bears defense overall, as of right now, ain't good, bro. It just isn't, but they've been finding ways to win games, and Caleb Williams has been pulling a rabbit out of his hat late, time after time after time. Now, their offense is pretty damn good. But the Rams' offense is number one, dude. Matthew Stafford has thrown multiple touchdowns in every single playoff game he's played for the Los Angeles Rams of Anaheim. Not only that, but their right guard, Kevin Dotson's coming back. He's missed 3 games, but he's on track to return, and I think he's probably their best offensive lineman. They've got a lot going for themselves, even in cold weather. Puka Nacua had a brilliant game. On the road to Carolina, maybe we got to give the Panthers a little bit more credit than we were giving them before, because I think that's a pretty dang good football team now when I watched how much they gave those Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, you were wrong on that one, by the way.
Yeah, Yeah, I was. You're right. But the Rams are a good team, and I've ridden the Rams all season long, and I'm going to continue to ride the Rams. The Chicago Bears have a home game at Soldier Field, but this is a brand-new ball game right now for Caleb Williams and company. They don't know what to do. They haven't been there. Matt Stafford and company, they've been there, and I think they're on their way to the NFC title game. So it's the Rams minus 3.5. You take your bread as you sell your tiny little Journey's hands, right, on eBay.
It's Denise.
Whatever money you get. Are you sure?
Denise.
Okay, whatever. Do you take your tiny little Denise hands, you sell them on eBay, which is probably where you got those. You take that money, you go see Doris up in Blackhawk. You say, Doris, Rams and Matt Stafford, they just know how to win in these types of situations, no matter what the weather is. You go on up there and you say, Rams minus 3.5. Lay it down!
Lay that down.
That's right, Bear. Hey, do you have a Brett Coin Lock of the Week?
Yes, I do.
Oh, here we go.
Tell you what it is. There's been a consistent feature that has been played out right in front of our eyes since 2019. One of two things happen. San Francisco 49ers either miss the postseason or they make the conference title game. No exceptions. They are 7-point dogs in Seattle. I understand the way that things went a couple of weeks ago, 13-3 loss to Seattle that final week of the year. But Trent Williams coming back to that offensive line, I think, is going to make a huge difference. I'm not even saying that they win this game. What I am saying is you take all that cash you got from your daughter's piggy bank. You're like, you aren't using this anyway. I buy all the things that you have. I grab all of it. I take it up to the counter. I said, hello, Dolores. How are you?
Denise.
No, this one's Dolores. She's my gal. Denise was taking a smoke break with her tiny hands. I said, Dolores, I see that you have 7 points as an underdog for San Francisco during this divisional round. I would like to take all of this money that was given to my daughter, and I want to double it up. Put it on the +7 on San Francisco. Lay it down! I love that sound.
Love it.
I really love that sound.
We've gotten some requests from Twitch. Is your good boy anywhere nearby you? Can we get an unsolicited Rick pick.
I don't know where he went. I think he's laying up on my bed, to be honest with you. I don't know where he's at. But maybe before the end of the program, I'll get him down here. I found out the names of all the gals, because they have rotating gals, right, that sing. And then, of course, Kristen Wiig is the normal one. But
funny.
Janice, Holly, Nora, Shirley, Tony, and Margaret, and her name is Dunice, with Dooneese, Dunice.
You know why it doesn't work? It doesn't work because Kristen Wiig's actually hot. Kristen Wiig's hot. It doesn't work.
All right.
I mean, have you seen her character?
I understand that.
Her character's got a Peyton Manning forehead.
Actually, it's bigger than that.
By the way, Vic, because you missed it, we'll just give you a little bit of what we were talking about earlier.
If you had a bad gallbladder, you'd get it taken out, right? If you had something else that was bothering you, you'd get it fixed. If you're dealing with Brett, Steve, go to break, damn it.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Drunk takes next.
Those temperatures this weekend, they be dropping. Winter in Colorado is here, we think. And if you're thinking about adding a fireplace or upgrading the one you got, go see my friends at Flatirons Fire off 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. They specialize in fireplaces, gas, electric, modern, classic, whatever you want. They've got it. The best showroom in town. And right now, Altitude Sports listeners get a great deal. You get 10 to 15% off all fireplaces, all of them. So tell them I sent you. Tell them Vic sent you. Stay warm. Add some style to your house. Get it done by the pros. And check it out online. FlatironsFire.com. That's FlatironsFire.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
You got that song I sent you, Nelly, from the Mad Fanatic? Yeah, pull that sucker up. My boy, the Mad Fanatic, who's been concocting Bronco musicals for years. He's got a special one for this weekend against the Bills. It's a big weekend, boys.
Hell yeah, it is.
This is
big.
I don't know if we're giving it enough due. Because it's been so long, I'm not sure if we're fully prepared for this.
The week off it's an odd thing. It's an odd thing to deal with. How about this, though? We haven't touched on this part of it. Rest versus rust. Bills are beat up. They're banged up. They got guys out. They got guys who are playing through injury, but they are coming off of a win and some momentum last week.
Well, let me ask you, what would you rather have? The week off?
I'd rather have the week off.
Yeah,
but
look at the injuries.
I'll tell you this.
Look at the injuries the Bills suffered.
Yeah, I'd rather do what the Broncos did, Brett, but it may get you in the first quarter, but it's going to help you in the fourth quarter. How's that?
That's the thing. Look, I'm always going to take the week off because the week off means it's one less chance to lose on the way to a Super Bowl. Like you get a bye week, and it's 2 wins, and then you're in. The thing that concerns me, though, with this team specifically is when you have a team that's already struggled offensively all year and then you take a week off, how long is it going to take for the offense to get going?
Plus, it gives you an extra week to produce bangers like this. I'm a boy, the Mad Fanatic.
Mad Fanatic. I heard the Broncos just opened up as 1.5-point underdogs at the crib. Wow. That's crazy. Word of advice, save your money. Don't put your money on the bills. Don't do it. Especially not the money for your bills. See, that's gonna have you in your feels. One seed, cause this Broncos team is real. Ain't seeking payback or revenge. Why not? This team ain't who they played back then. This a whole new game. You know that Denver altitude is not the same.
Oh, yeah.
I like that beat. I like that beat.
That kind of sounds like my Chad Kelly song. That sounds like Chad Kelly song. That sounds like swag.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, I'm embarrassed to ask this after I've heard this 8,000 times. Is that Chad Kelly doing the song?
Yes, it's actually Chad Kelly singing the song about himself.
So Chad Kelly
says
his name in third person in his song.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, and for some reason, after hearing that countless times, Moser deemed him the future of the position here in Denver.
You know what I'd love to hear?
He showed up in a Toy Story outfit at the lady's house.
Word.
I want...
Yeah, you know it's swag.
I want to hear Fernando Mendoza do the exact same song. You know what's going down, Mendoza.
Give all the glory to God.
You hear that sound, Mendoza?
You're never supposed to be in this position.
Have you ever seen? You remember the movie Big Daddy with Adam Sandler and the little kid and all that kind of stuff? Yeah. And there's a scene where the guy who played the wrestler guy, but he's the guy from the school or child services, whatever, but he comes to get the kid, right? And he's like, you have to go now. Well, somebody put the logo of the Raiders over the guy from the child services, put the Mendoza thing over the little kid, and put Indiana on Adam Sandler. He's like, you got to go, buddy. You got to go. And he's like, I don't want to go. I don't want.
You sent that to us. Nobody acknowledged it, so now you're force feeding us this meme.
I thought it was funny as hell. Brett, what'd you think?
It was fine.
So I gave you a laugh react. I played ball.
And Moser's gone. We'll get to drunk takes in just a second. So, Vic, you think this game is going to be, you said 34-30. You didn't say who had the 34.
Oh, man, it's a
yeah.
Whoever
you were very
has the ball.
You were very specific with the score, but didn't say who was doing the scoring.
Let me make it easy for you. Whoever has the ball last, and when I say last, you can't have the ball with like 3 seconds left. Last is in a threat threat to win the game last.
Like what, $1:30 to go or something like that?
Whoever has the ball with a chance to win the game last will win the game. That's what kind of game this will be. Anything different would surprise me. And I sure hope that the Broncos have it last. Because what I don't want to see is the Broncos defense on the field and Josh Allen and the ball in his hands with 1:12 to play.
So
I don't want to see that.
Hang on.
That would cause high anxiety.
Broncos up 4, 1:20 left, ball at the 25. Josh Allen has it with the chance to win.
That would scare the living crap out of me.
So hang on. Alternative scenario.
Yeah.
Broncos down 4, 1:20 left, 25-yard line, ball in Bo Nix's hands.
I'll take it.
Really?
Yeah, because I've seen it. Have you seen it? Hey, Moj, let me start with you. Moj, have you seen the Broncos rally?
I have seen
with
it
Bo Nix?
firsthand. Yes.
Okay.
I have seen it. Now, not in the postseason, Vic. Not in the postseason, but yeah.
But I've seen it. So I'll take it. I will. I'll welcome that. I would be, put it this way, would you be more comfortable, and I know this doesn't make sense because the Broncos defense is statistically better than the Broncos offense. Would you be more comfortable with Bo and the ball in his hands down 4, or the Broncos defense and Allen has the ball up 4?
I'd rather trust the defense.
Really?
Yeah.
Not me. I just think in the playoffs especially, this is where legacies are made.
God, I think I trust the defense.
It's not that I
do.
Don't trust it. It's just that witch on the other side.
No, I know. Look, I remember the game where they played the Chiefs a few years back, and it was like, 28 points scored in 2.5 minutes or something like that at the end of the game. It was crazy. Of course he can do that to you. But it's huge, man. Tomorrow's going to be so much fun. So much fun. And again...
Oh, I want to pick the Broncos so bad.
I'm picking them. I think they win. I think this defense is going to come through. I think they're going to get after Josh.
So are you going the Chad Brown route that you think it's going to be under the over-under?
Yeah, I think they get 23-20 game, something like that. Like something around there. I think if you can get to 24 points, I think that's going to do it.
I think the Bills
for either side.
I think the Bills will get to 24 points. I'm not sure the Broncos will. That's all.
Just a reminder to you guys, tune in tomorrow at noon for the best pregame show in the city. Andy and Mike Sanford be live at number 38, taking you right up to kickoff. Stop by, grab a dew and a brew, and watch the game with Andy. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tomorrow.
From 6642, no disrespect, but Moser describing memes as bad radio. Thanks. We've been trying to tell him that for months.
Shut up, Texter. You don't tell Moj what to do. We tell Moj what to do.
Exactly right, John. We tell him what bad radio is.
Go back to Rapid City, John.
Let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. Makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
You backed into this like a bunch of pansies.
Who are you referencing here?
Not you. This pansy right there with the brittle hair. What did I do?
You brittled hair pansy.
The slow-healing, brittle-haired elderly man.
Brittle-haired pansy is still, it's a great insult. Got to take that with me.
Try that today on your father or grandfather.
Yeah. What's next?
You talk about being soft and running through the hills with your dog.
Moj.
He said Blake the Packers?
Yep. That was my exact same take, actually, on Ben Johnson. Exact same.
Jeez Louise.
What's next?
The last time that you had a Kane-looking instrument was Wonder Boy, and it got taken away from us because we hit the wrong people.
Did I hit you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, you smacked the living hell out of me.
That was a good time.
Yeah, we all got hit with that
I
pretty
don't
good.
think I had pants on. It was not fun.
Got him good. Good times. Just paddling kids. Good times. What's next?
Stay tuned. We got really big post-game show, and Hunter Tyson's gonna show you his backside. Here we go. Hey, really big stuff coming right up. Don't anybody want it?
I like Vic doing the post-game shows like a carnival barker in the 1800s.
That's how he does it. Like when they're going to break and the music's rolling and the camera's panning. He's like, don't go anywhere, everybody. We got a bunch of stuff coming up here. It's gonna be fun.
Well, I could do what you guys do and just sing that stupid song all day.
All right, let's do one more. Go ahead.
I've done Bourbon Street before. I had a guy urinate on me from a balcony. I'm not doing that again.
I'd be more than happy to oblige you again if you'd like me to.
If I'm ever on a floor above you with access to urinate off the edge and you're underneath me, bring an umbrella, bro.
give me a 6-pack of Miller Lite and give me about an hour.
What'd I say? It's going to be a fire hose.
The greatest thing I heard today, and I will think about it all weekend, is you relaying the story of Moser asking you during break, can I say wang on the air?
Oh, my God. And I didn't know what he meant. And then he went right into the read. And I was like, all right. Okay.
Oh, God.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is a Bud Light Football Friday. Go Broncos, man. Please, on Monday, let us talk about the AFC Championship game and being involved in it.
Being involved in it, baby.
Go Broncos. Reminder, Avs tonight. Keep it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for that pregame show tomorrow, noon to 2:30, taking you right to kickoff. Have a wonderful weekend. Go Broncos. Talk to you on Monday. Love you. See ya.
If you had a bad gallbladder, you'd get it taken out, right? If you had something else that was bothering you, you'd get it fixed. If you're dealing with Brett, Steve, go to break, damn it.
I really haven't brought up last year's playoff game. Look, I think it was a different team, and looked at the film, and certainly it's in the cut-ups. I think that what's at stake is like, if you're an NFL professional athlete or coach, or man, if you can't get excited to get to the next game and know where you're at, I think I think our focus is more on the things that we know to be true and making sure we're trying to practice those in these 3 days. What we know to be true, turnovers, what we know to be true, the fundamentals, what we know to be true early on. Those are the things that we can control, and that's really been more the focus. And that's a good question, but let's say we were playing a team that had beaten us this year, then it might be a little, but it's a different team, than last year.
Sounds like a guy who's done with myths going into Saturday's game. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of your Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Our first Bud Light Football Friday coming on a Broncos playoff Football Friday as we get ready for the Bills. 2:30 p.m. on Saturday. Should be a little chilly, but clear skies. Nothing too windy. Should be a straightforward game in the Mile High City. And you know what, Coach? I have talked myself in circles over the last couple of weeks of what could happen, what should happen, what you need to do against the Bills. Where I have finally gotten to, as of Friday before the game, it is going to come down to a 24-21 win.
That's what my son predicted today.
On the foot of Will Lutz.
My son predicted 24-20 this morning. Denver Broncos.
I felt better about 21-17 yesterday, but I also backed myself into the corner of Will Lutz is going to kick a walk-off field goal, and the math doesn't work when it's a 4-point victory. So I now have to talk myself into 3 points. 24-21. And I'm starting to feel good about it, man. I really am. I understand Superman is coming to town.
I like your energy today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think all of us here in the Mile High region here, we need to check ourselves today. Today is a look in the mirror and say, okay, what's my energy? Because I've been walking around these parts for the last 4 or 5 days, and man, I'm getting a lot of doom and gloom. There's a lot of, just not feeling good. The Bills. Josh Allen.
That's what happens for 2 weeks, man. You sit on something. It's anxiety. That's what it is.
Can we be excited? There's a divisional round playoff game with your 14-3 Denver Broncos, with one of the top 2 defenses in pro football, a second-year quarterback with the best combined record of any of the 6 quarterbacks that were drafted in the first round in 2024, and a head football coach that might be on a collision course with a yellow jacket. Let's have some dang good vibes around these parts, man. The Denver Broncos are going to take care of business tomorrow. Tomorrow, exactly 28 hours from now. 28 hours and 23 minutes, man. You're going to see an entirely full Empower Field. And that's got to be the environment and the fans that choose to go to the game, and even the particles that are around in these parts at bars and at home. Bring the positive energy. Do not bring the impending doom energy. You know who you're playing against? The team that has lived with impending doom for the last 40 years.
Remember who you are. Just because there hasn't been a home playoff game in a decade doesn't mean you lose the history of what Denver Broncos playoff football is all about. Remember who you are, Denver, and remember who they are, Buffalo, which again, it's a feat that I don't know will ever happen again. 4 straight Super Bowl appearances and 4 straight losses. It's commendable, right? It's amazing that you got there 4 years in a row. But the final piece of that sentence is 4 straight Super Bowl losses. You are the Denver Broncos. When you get into the playoffs, Typically, you find ways to win games. When you get to AFC championships and Super Bowls, typically, and I know this is just in, my lifetime, it didn't happen prior to me coming into this world, was you get to Super Bowls, you win. Now, it didn't happen earlier on. You got hammered in Super Bowls early on. Know who you are and know who they are. Just because Mahomes isn't there, and just because Burrow isn't there, and just because Lamar Jackson isn't there, and this game isn't in Arrowhead, doesn't mean destiny is guaranteeing it's going to be a bad outcome for the Broncos.
Also realize the conversation that you and I had for weeks and months, and a lot of people had on the airwaves here at Altitude Sports Radio, is what did we identify as the three teams, in this NFL this year? So Chiefs notwithstanding, who are the three teams that we said, man, you got to get a home field advantage because you have a unique home advantage, be it weather, be it feeling like you're playing somewhere like on Mars?
Denver, Green Bay, Buffalo.
There they are. And guess what? How many of those three teams have guaranteed home field advantage? The Denver Broncos. And guess what? It's here tomorrow. Buffalo is traveling currently to come to a place with thin air that they know they have thin air. When's the last time the Bills played a regular season or postseason game in Denver?
Last 15 games. Buffalo at Denver was 2020 by my count. And they came in here in the
2020, man. Come on.
They had a good game.
2020.
I'm not going to tell you what the result of that was.
Was there anybody in the building?
It was a good game.
How many people were in the building?
I don't know.
2020. No, nobody, right?
Oh, yeah, great point.
Yeah, a little different.
Great point.
Doesn't count.
Fake game. Okay, screw it. 2020 doesn't count.
You know the altitude didn't exist in 2020?
2020 didn't exist.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. That was part of COVID, right?
Correct.
Altitude just went out the window.
It went away.
That's what the science said.
Yeah. My man Fauci's like, hey, just so you know,
no
altitude doesn't count.
Well, get rid of gravity while we're at it, too. Okay, so fine. Throw out 2020. 2014. They came in here. They lost by 7.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I'm talking about right there, Raj. Not the stupid 2020
You know the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills was back then?
Gosh, 2014.
2014. So Denver had Peyton Manning, and they had C.J. Anderson. They had all the guys who would go on to win a Super Bowl the following year.
Who was the quarterback in 2014?
Former Denver Bronco, Kyle Orton.
Wow.
Who threw for 355 yards in a 24-17 loss.
He's feeling himself, huh?
Was feeling himself. The 2020 game on December 19th of 2020, Josh Allen had 359 yards, Stephon Diggs 147, and they hammered Denver. Was a 5-9 football team that year. Buffalo was 11-3 at the time. 48-19 was the final.
They got to make their way into the altitude. They got to make their way into an Empower Field that's going to be anybody who's going to be at the building tomorrow. Go ahead and shoot us a text, 303-504-0925. Shoot me a text so I can look at you in this text thread and say, I'm speaking directly to you. You show up to that stadium full of piss and vinegar and optimism and vibes and energy and juice and maybe even one beers. Maybe even one, what do they call these things? These seltzers. Or they have the non-bubbly things now. What are they called?
Surfsides?
Surfsides and sun cruisers and whatnot.
Those things rock.
Or NAs.
Dangerous.
Get your NA on. Or you could be like me right now and just bring something that has and just fill it with water and drink 7 gallons of it all day.
Not everyone can be the Energizer Bunny like you.
Oh, everybody needs to be the Energizer
You got
Bunny.
to. How do you do that? Walk us through it.
It's
Psychopath.
a choice. It's a freaking choice. You wake up in the morning and you look in the mirror. You take a selfie of yourself looking all scubby and gross, and you say, you know what? I'm going to find a way to be awesome today. That's what Denver Broncos fans need to be, because guess what? The team's going to be awesome tomorrow. The Denver Broncos are going to be awesome tomorrow. You know why? Because Shawn Payton, Bo Nix, time and time again, when they look like buns in regular season games, and it's buns, and maybe even 3 games worth of just looking terrible, you know what they do? They always respond. Shawn Payton does not like the narrative to continue to perpetuate that we have an offense that can't score. He's done it this year. They did it last year. It has never been 2 or 3 games in a row, and then all of a sudden it just goes in a spiral downhill. Tomorrow's going to be a great day.
We want to hear from you guys, 303-504-0925. You can text us on that line. You can also call us if you're feeling sprightly like Coach Sanford is this morning, just about 28 hours ahead of Broncos and Bills, the divisional round matchup. 2:30 p.m. on Saturday. And if you guys want to be at that first Broncos home playoff game in 10 years, start your weekend off right later on this afternoon with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl live at Jackson's for a special Bud Light Football Friday show. That starts at 3 p.m. They're going to be giving away tickets to get you inside the building for Broncos and Bills tomorrow, along with, of course, some great Bud Light specials that'll be at Jackson's at 3 p.m. with Nate and Andy today. On the other side, Matthew Bove, the sports director at ABC 7 in Buffalo and Western New York, joins us to preview Broncos and Bills. Yes, Coach?
Got an update here.
What up?
From the text thread. This of my own phone here, text thread. Somebody told me this. I'll bring your vibes tomorrow. And that one person, none other than Mr. Incomplete. Connor McGahee, public address announcer for your Denver Broncos, is bringing the juice tomorrow.
Buffalo's Matthew Bove, next. Tune in tomorrow morning, starting at noon, for the very best pregame show in the city. Andy Lindahl and that guy, the coach Mike Sanford, will be live at number 38 in Rhino, taking you all the way up until kickoff. Stop by, grab a dew, grab a brew, watch the game with Andy and Coach. We'll see you guys there at number 38 in Rhino. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Buffalo's Matt Bove here in the Mile High City. Matt, what's up, man?
Morning, guys. Thank you guys for having me again. I know I was on with you last year, so hopefully the first impression was okay and you guys wanted to call me again. So I appreciate it.
The first impression was great. The result of the game, not so much.
I figured out, Matt, the problem a year ago, I did some self-reflection, is that I was too nice to you. So I'm going to choose violence and vitriol and anger. And so with that, tell me about the downcast and beat up and bedraggled Buffalo Bills that have about an injury report as long as the Declaration of Independence.
Oh my gosh, it's easier to probably say who's healthy as opposed to who isn't healthy right now. The wide receiver room is a mess, but here's the benefit for the Bills. It's been a mess for the entire year. That doesn't just have to do with injuries. So I don't really think that actually changes that much as far as this game is concerned. It's all of the little nicks and bruises that they have. I remember actually specifically talking to you guys last year about like the importance of Ty Johnson and how much of a factor he could be in a game. And then he had a huge touchdown catch for the Bills. He's on the injury report. We don't know if he's going to play. I feel like that's unlikely. The wide receiver room is already a mess. Dalton Kincaid, who is certainly their most efficient pass catcher, he has been banged up for weeks and weeks. And then there's Josh Allen, who, a couple weeks ago didn't even look like he was probably should be on a football field, was walking weird, was taking all of these hits. The Jags game made it worse. There's no chance that he wasn't going to play. I don't know if he's even close to 100%. Lucky for Bills fans, that's been the deal with him for a long time. Like, this guy's going to go and lay it out all on the line. So they're really banged up. It's not an excuse. It shouldn't be an excuse. The short rest, it's not an excuse. It's just the reality of it. That is the benefit the Broncos deserve as being the number one seed. You have rest. You're getting ready to go. You have, the short week, whatever. Like, hey, if the Bills wanted to complain about this stuff, win more games in the regular season. So nobody's complaining. It's just kind of the situation they're in.
The Bills have gone the way of James Cook typically this year. And he's the NFL leading rusher, and he's been fantastic this season. We were looking through the game log, and we found 4 separate regular season games where James Cook did not combine for 100 total yards between receiving and rushing. And all 4 of those games, Buffalo lost. So my brain goes, take James Cook out of the equation, and you win. And then I look 6 days ago, and I go, well, Jacksonville did that, and they still lost. Like, is it as simple as you take James Cook and you kind of you throw your lot in with Superman and Josh Allen?
If you would have told me what James Cook did against the Jags, if you would have given me his stat line before the game, I would have been stunned that they won. I would have been like, this is a bad game script for the Bills. They are not built to be able to play a game like this. But then Josh Allen did what Josh Allen often does. So I don't think it's as simple as just eliminating James Cook. Here's what I'll say. When James Cook is clicking, the offense gets to play the game that they want to play. They are very methodical. They hate when they fall behind the sticks because they just don't have the pass catchers to get themselves out of that situation. And when you're talking about a Broncos defense that has so many playmakers on that side of the ball, like, I think they were fine in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 against the Jags, just because the Jags pass rush is fairly inconsistent. I do not feel good about those situations with them going against the Broncos. Here's the difference though. Even though the Broncos run defense is very good, I don't think they'll fall into those situations nearly as much as they did against the Jags, because it was like beating a dead horse against Jacksonville. The Bills would run James Cook on first down. He would get 2 yards, and then either they'd have a positive play or an incompletion, and then they'd be in this 3rd and long situation. So it's not as simple as taking James Cook out of it, but if the Broncos have success on early downs, slowing him down, that makes this Bills offense kind of have to play with one hand tied behind their back.
Matthew, when you look at the offensive line of the Buffalo Bills, an indelible image of a year ago for Broncos fans is seeing how big that group was against a Denver Broncos front seven that is without question active and athletic, but maybe not the most stout across the board. That offensive line has kind of been the opposite of what the rest of the Bills have been, which is it's been the model of health. Deion Dawkins, David Edwards, Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrance, Spencer Brown. That unit is probably one of the most unheralded units in sport right now from a national standpoint, and their health has been a big part of it. What do you make of that Bills offensive line, and do you think that'll be another critical component again this year of the matchup against the Broncos?
Definitely, and I think that was a sentiment last year, was a lot of the talking points in Buffalo leading into the game was, well, what about the Broncos pass rush? And they can come at you not just from the edge, but interior pass rush. And I think the Bills were a little fed up with it, honestly, because after the game, they were like, yeah, they're a really good defensive line. They're really good, but we're the best offensive line. And I think they pride themselves on that. Here's the thing for the Bills. They have been very fortunate because they have had all of these guys for pretty much every game this season. Their tackles are exceptional. Spencer Brown, I think, is one of the most underrated players in the entire NFL. The name that I don't think is a household name outside of Buffalo is Osiris Torrance, their guard. He is going to get so much money this offseason now
he's
that he
a
is
light
extension
guy.
eligible.
He's kind of physically, he's only about 347 pounds. Just a nice light. That
ain't nothing but a peanut.
My God, when you look at the Bills linemen, there's at least 3 of these guys that look like their bottom half are like track athletes and their top half are just sumo wrestlers, like humongous dudes.
So Osiris Torrance is basically the guy who carried Josh Allen on the 10-yard 4th and 1 conversion that they had against the Jags. And it was like, yeah, that's absurd. Like, that guy's ridiculous. Spencer Brown, to Coach's point, like, is just an imposing human who looks like he could play any sport ever and be successful at it. The other thing that they don't get enough credit for is specifically with David Edwards and with Connor McGovern. So their left guard and their center, they are very smart. It's sniffing things out. The communication that they are doing together on the line, David Edwards especially, is basically trying to, and that's not different than any other offensive line. They're all doing that. Just David Edwards is so particular with the things that he is able to kind of smell out. So he's awesome. The thing for the Bills is David Edwards is a free agent. Connor McGovern is a free agent. Those guys are going to get paid a ton of money by somebody, and I don't think the Bills are going to be able to retain them. So I do think there's something to be said about, like, hey, kind of now or never with this group that you have assembled.
Speaking of now or never, does Sean McDermott's job rest solely on the outcome of this game?
Not even close.
Ooh,
They could have lost 40-0 to the Jags, and Sean McDermott would be their head coach next year. I have no idea why this has been something that's been out there. I have no idea where this narrative came from.
I mean, it came from me. I've been screaming into the microphone for 2 weeks.
No chance. This ownership group adores Sean McDermott, what he has done with this team. I'll tell you what, like, listen, there's other examples of good, solid coaches kind of running out of time. We're not even close to that with Sean McDermott. Like, people will easily look at like Andy Reid and they're like, well, look at what Andy Reid did before he lost it or before he got fired in Philadelphia. Andy Reid had 2 terrible seasons. The Bills are into the divisional round. They still made the playoffs. Sean McDermott is a very, very good head coach. Has he fallen short? Yes. But the thing with Sean McDermott is the growth every year, like year to year. Here's a good example of this. Okay. Remember a couple weeks ago when they went for it on it was the 2-point conversion against Philadelphia Eagles, and Josh throws the incomplete pass and they lose the game. For years, Sean McDermott would have kicked the extra point and bet on his defense and said, this is what we need to do. He has realized over time that this team's bread and butter is you have to live and die with Josh Allen. They learned the exact same thing one of the first times they went to the playoffs. They went to the AFC Championship, and they were way too conservative on the road against Kansas City, and that like flipped a switch for him. And he was like, I got to be aggressive when I get into these situations. I don't think Sean McDermott's on the hot seat. I don't even think it's like remotely warm. You also need to remember that the Buffalo Sabres are owned by the same people who own the Bills, and the Sabres just went 5.5 years of continuing to be irrelevant with the same GM, and nothing happened. So now you have a team that is going to the playoffs every year, winning 11 or 12 games in the regular season every year. This is not an owner who I think is going to make these quick, brash decisions. So I think.
Oh, so go ahead. Sorry, Matthew.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think, honestly, between the two of them, between Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, the general manager, Brandon Beane's seat will be hotter than Sean McDermott's. That's not to say that there will be if they fall short, there's going to be a ton of people who are just disappointed with this outcome, but I would be stunned if a change happened.
Yeah, speaking on the Sabres conversation, thanks for Casey Middlestat. That worked out great here in Denver
yeah,
for us. Anyway.
Looks like
hey, the team's doing great. You know what? Both teams are doing great.
It all worked out.
Sabres won 15-17. They're in a playoff spot. You know what? Again, I hate Buffalo this week. Every other week, I love you guys. Go Sabres.
Hey, looking at the defensive side of the ball, the rush defense hasn't been strong. Ironically, the defensive front has stayed remotely healthy outside of Ed Oliver, and I think is that a question mark for this game, Ed Oliver?
Yeah, it's a question mark. We should know probably later today by the time they have to make their elevations what's going to happen. I'm admittedly thinking that Ed Oliver is going to play just because of the circumstance. Like, how much of a runway are you going to give somebody if you lose and your season is done? It feels like that would be a little bit foolish. I don't know how effective he's going to be because of the injuries he's dealing with. But yeah, that's kind of the only question on the defensive line anyway.
Yeah, so this defensive front hasn't been great against the run, but the defensive back end has been really good, the best in the National Football League against the pass. But with some of the injuries that are starting to stockpile, with Jordan Poyer out, Maxwell Hairston out, and then accumulating injuries to DeMar Hamlin and Taylor Rapp, how does this secondary, is it able to sustain that many losses over the course of 18, 19, 20 weeks?
So I think a big thing for the Bills defense has been that Tre'Davious White, who was here for a long time, left, had 2 season-ending injuries. He is starting to look like the player of old, which kind of came out of nowhere. Trey White was brought in here to be a depth piece after somebody, they drafted a first-round corner. The plan was always to be Christian Benford and Maxwell Hairston. Well, admittedly, Tre'Davious White outplayed Max Hairston for most of the season, and Max Hairston actually played pretty good. That is how awesome Tre'Davious White has been. Christian Benford, their other corner, has now kind of graduated to having the ability to follow another team's top target. Here in Buffalo, we've talked about him for several years. Is like, hey, this is one of the most underrated defensive backs in the NFL. But then when you would look at his assignments, you'd say, well, he's not trusted to go cover a team's number one, and all of the elite guys get a chance to do that. So I would expect a lot of this game, he'll be kind of shading over to Cortland Sutton's side of the field. So those two guys are very solid. Their cornerbacks are very solid, and that's why the pass defense has been good. But the other thing is that Cole Bishop, their safety, has taken a meteoric step from year 1 to year 2. Going into this season, we were talking about, is this even the guy? What's going to be the deal here? And now he has become one of the most promising players on their defense. He's a ball hawk. He plays with an edge. He is not afraid to come up and hit somebody. But like you said, their run defense is very suspect. I remember posting on Twitter during the Jags game. I was like, I don't know why the Jags don't just run it. And you say it like tongue in cheek, like you understand that it's not that obvious, but it's like, why don't they just continue to run? Why don't they just continue to hit the edge? They're breaking off 9 yards every single carry. It just feels like that's the game script the Bills, they're okay with. They're okay with the death by 1,000 paper cuts. They just won't die. They'll just make a splash play or force you to kick a field goal.
The chances are you're going to be saying that to yourself this week as well. Shawn Payton just simply has not committed to the run game the entire season. It's not like the Broncos have a stable of running backs that you should write home about. It's a rookie. It's Julian McLaughlin, obviously.
Undrafted free agent. I mean, it is what it is.
J.K. Dobbins goes down with the injury because that's who J.K. Dobbins is. Before that, he was fantastic. I don't expect Shawn Payton to commit to it. If he does, I think that spells great things for the Broncos. You can't say Josh Allen. You can't say James Cook. The one player on the Bills that will be most responsible for success is?
Ooh, that's a great question. That is a really good question. Okay. Let me think about this a little bit. So the first name that I thought of was Shaq Thompson, which I know is a bananas name to say, another cagey veteran who's been around for a while. I don't know what the conversation in Denver has been like, but their starting linebackers in Buffalo have been Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard. And Terrell Bernard has been hurt the entire year. Terrell Bernard's a good player. He makes splash plays. The Bills' defense is notably better when Shaq Thompson is on the field, notably. So Terrell Bernard might play in this game, but I do not think he will be taking over for Shaq Thompson. I think this will be for more when the Bills are going into base. Shaq Thompson had a great, great day against the Jags 6 days ago. That's why he was the first name that came to mind, just because the run defense is better when Shaq Thompson is on the field. He has a presence about him that makes everybody else on that side of the ball good. So I would say Shaq Thompson is the guy I would go to defensively. Offensively, I'll go to Dalton Kincaid. I feel like that is a matchup where the Bills could have some success against this Denver defense. I think Dalton Kincaid is a matchup winner, especially if they're playing a lot of man. I just like that matchup for the Bills. And I would say the same thing about the running backs too, especially in the passing game. It's just without Ty Johnson, that's a little tricky.
We're joined by Matthew Bove of WKBW, the ABC affiliate in Buffalo, New York. Matthew, what's the overall feeling and sentiment in Buffalo about Denver Bronco quarterback Bo Nix?
I did a podcast earlier in the week for our show that we do, and I had Mark Schlereth on, and I asked him a very simple question. I was like, Mark, is Bo Nix good? And I think that that's the sentiment that a lot of people in Buffalo have, myself included, of how good is this guy? You know what I think of when I watch Bo Nix? I think a little bit of 2019 Josh Allen, where there were flashes of really, really strong games and promise, but there was a ton of inconsistency. And it feels like the more research I've done and the more I've watched back Broncos games this year, it's a little bit of that. It's like, hey, when he plays well, he plays really well, but he's also very inconsistent. We don't know. I think it depends who you ask. Like, I think we kind of all in Buffalo, obviously I cover the team, so like my perspective is a tad different, but I think a lot of people in Buffalo are like, the Broncos have the better team. They have the better roster. But we think there is a substantial difference between these quarterbacks. And a lot of times in the playoffs, sometimes it just comes down to that. So, I think Bo Nix is a good player, but I don't know how he's going to perform on this stage. Like, great first drive against the Bills in the playoffs last year. After that, left more to be desired. So, yeah, I think we're just kind of all like, what is Bo Nix?
Buffalo's Matt Bove, before you get out of here, score prediction for Saturday.
Okay. I haven't had to make it a prediction yet. I will say, I think it's going to be, this is like such a cop-out answer. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to come down to the wire.
It's not, the Broncos only play close games. It's not a cop-out answer.
So do the Bills.
Yeah, they do. Here's what I said on our podcast earlier in the week. I said, if I know the Bills are going to score 27 points, I feel really confident that they're going to win. That's the problem, though, is I don't know how confident I feel that they're going to score 27 points. At the end of the day, every time it feels like anybody doubts Josh Allen, I feel like he steps up. He has been one of the most prolific and efficient quarterbacks in NFL history in the postseason. So I will say Bills 27, Broncos 23.
Oof. All right.
It's almost the same sentiment that we have, Matthew.
It's the same exact
it's
thing,
almost
dude.
like, I think it's first team to 25. I know 25 is a weird number.
It is a weird football number.
But 25 or greater. Because I don't think 24 is going to guarantee the win. But 25
Here's 24
or more.
and a half.
But you can't score 24 and a half. It's impossible.
I think back to that playoff game last year, and I think that some people foolishly look at the score of that game and they go, oh, like the Bills boat raced him. That is certainly not what happened in that game. It was a one-possession game well into the third quarter, and then Josh Allen pulled a rabbit out of a hat and threw a ridiculous pass to Ty Johnson in the back of the end zone, and then they hit Curtis Samuel for a 55-yard touchdown. So it was once a one-possession game in the third quarter started to kind of get out of hand. I think these are two. Of course, they're two of the four teams left in the AFC. I think the Broncos are a fantastic football team, but I have very legitimate questions about their quarterback. And that's the one thing I don't have questions about on the Bills side is their quarterback.
Matt Bove of WKBW in Buffalo. Follow him on X at Matt_Bove. Matt, we appreciate your time. As always, we know you got a bunch of player interviews to get to. Best of luck to you and yours this weekend, but I hope that you're crying on Sunday. Can't wait to talk to you soon, man.
So we'll do this again if history repeats itself. Last year wild card, this year divisional, so next year AFC Championship.
I'll sign up for it. Let's do it. We'll book it. Matt Bove, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotlines. Take a quick timeout. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our thanks to Matt Bove of Buffalo. Really fun, insightful conversation.
Yeah, I was trying to hate him. Gosh, man.
You can't do it. It sucks.
So, Raj, I came in with all kinds of positive energy, and all of a sudden, you know what I just experienced?
You had a lot of bravado going into that interview, too. Like, I'm going to be the bully in the room, and then it just all went away.
He's such a
you
good
saw
dude,
his eyes,
man, and he's smart, and he's insightful, and he's actually rational. The one thing he did say there, and I'm going to spin this. This is what coaches do, right? We take any little tiny thing is, he said that basically all of Buffalo says, is Bo Nix any good? So I think Bo Nix has the opportunity here to do the most insanely awesome thing, and that's to make all of Western New York Bo leavers. It's a great opportunity because they don't believe. They saw it firsthand last year at Highmark Stadium, the flash play, the touchdown over the top to Troy Franklin, and then they saw basically just a bunch of It wasn't terrible. Like, Bo didn't play horribly last year. Just
Do you agree with Matt's assessment that last year's 31-7 game wasn't as bad as we thought? Because you guys know I have this take when it comes to the 2007 World Series and the Rockies, where they get swept by Boston. And I go, everyone thinks they got killed, and they didn't. They got killed in one game, and every other game in that series, the Rockies were either leading or tied halfway through the seventh inning in every other game. So I go, they didn't get killed. They got swept. They didn't get killed. 31-7, it felt like the Broncos got killed.
But it was physical. It was because of the physical destruction of that massive offensive lineman, the two tight ends in Kincaid and Knox.
James Cook running for 120.
Cook for 120 on 23 carries, and then Josh Allen physically with, what did he end up with? Was it like, he didn't have a ton of rushing yards a year ago, if I'm not mistaken. He was like in the 20s. Is that right? He almost didn't need to because he was handing the football off to...
Josh Allen was 20-26, 272 yards, 2 touchdowns. He ran the ball 8 times for 46 yards.
Oh, shoot, that's pretty good.
He had a solid game. Like Josh Allen cooked.
That was a Josh Allen.
If that line
I don't
comes
like that.
into Denver on Saturday, Denver's losing.
You've got to change that line.
Do you have to keep him under 300 total yards?
You have to
Josh Allen?
I would love to see his passing yards over 300.
Oh. Because in that case, you're thinking they're having to play from behind and chasing a little bit, and that means James Cook isn't doing much on the ground.
Yes.
So again, we're falling into the trap over the past couple of days of Bills fans are going, Broncos country wants Josh Allen to throw the football. Again, that's what 2 weeks of not playing has brought me all the way to being comfortable with.
Raj, it goes back to the question of, was last year's game as bad as 31-7? And I would say yes, as a football guy, because when you get beat that badly in the trenches, stopping the run and not really having an inability to run the football, give me, just for fun.
You don't want to see him.
Give me some of the Broncos rushing numbers last year.
You don't want to see these.
Give it to me.
Bo Nix, 4 carries, 43 yards.
Leading rusher.
And if I remember correctly, a lot of that was second half. Bills are backing off, and he's just like, okay, here's my yards. Javonte Williams, 7 carries, 29 yards. Tyler Bidet, 2 carries, 8 yards. Marvin Mims, 2 carries, 1 yard. Jaleel McLaughlin, 2 touches, -2 yards. For a total of 17 carries and 79 yards, 43 of those coming from Bo Nix.
Give me outside of, James Cook had 123, right? And
James Cook had 120 on 23.
He had 120, and Josh Allen had 40, was it
46?
46.
Ty Johnson, 44 yards on 9 touches. Ray
gosh.
Davis, 1 carry, 3 yards. And then Mitch Trubisky came. Why did Mitch Trubisky took a snap in that game?
It's 31-7, bud.
That's a great point. He took 3 knees.
So my point being is when you get beat that badly on both sides of the ball in your run game and run defense, that's an NFL 49-0 equivalent of college or high school football. That's what it felt like to me. Because it was the style in which you got beat. You got to shift those numbers. If the Broncos can double their rush output, you're winning the football game. And if you can divide the Bills' rush output in half, you're winning the football game. I mean, basically, you turn those numbers around, you're going to get it done.
It's probably not going to be 31-7, even if you turn the numbers around, because they don't play wide score games. Again, 11-2 in one-score games. They played 75% of their regular season matchups within one score, and they were overwhelmingly successful in them. It's going to be close. I think he got the score backwards, right? What did I say 24-21? I could talk myself into 27-24 Denver, but that still feels like a lot of points. Vic was thinking both teams scoring in the 30. If it goes to a shootout, I find myself going the better quarterback, and like, I know we're here in Denver. The better quarterback's Josh Allen. Let's be very serious about that. If it's a shootout, I get very nervous. But I also don't see the Denver Broncos defense giving up 30 points in this game. Not with all of the injuries that's happening to the wide receiving core for Buffalo. You get to put your best on second and third wide receivers.
Do you think that we're overdoing this conversation about the Bills pass catchers?
No.
Because they're known starters to begin the year. I mean, it was Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman.
Playing.
They're both playing. Gabe Davis was a huge piece of that puzzle. And then who's the other one that's injured right now? That's on the injury report?
Tyrell.
Tyrell Johnson?
No, that's not him. Ty Johnson's on the injury report, but he's playing, isn't he? Shavers. Shavers was the one who lost his ACL. Is Ty Johnson still even on the team? Yes, he's still on the team. Your receiving leaders this year for Buffalo in terms of yardage. Khalil Shakir, 16 games, 719 yards. Dalton Kincaid.
Healthy.
But Dawson Knox, Keon Coleman. So
the narrative's
your guys are healthy.
It's a little bit, I mean, the depth isn't there, but
okay, so then flip it around to Denver. If you had your depth players this year go out with, there's 3 wide receivers on the Broncos this year.
Patrick Bryant.
How would you feel?
So so the guys that are out for the Bills at receiver, Tyrell Shavers, Josh Palmer, Curtis Samuel, Gabe Davis. Those are the 4 that are on the IR.
So Troy Franklin, no? Is that too good of a wide receiver for me to knock out then?
Is he in your top 5 pass? He's absolutely.
He's number 2.
Yeah,
okay, so then you have to keep him out. So then it's Pat Bryant.
Yep.
Marvin Mims.
Big.
Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Probably.
Can I throw Evan Ingram in there? He's a tight end. He's not a wide receiver, but he isn't really. He's not like your blocking like Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid.
The Bills have their top
play attached to the offensive line.
The Bills have in this game. You said their top 4 or top 5 statistical pass catchers from this season.
They're top 4.
Who's number 5? Sorry.
Sorry, I was scrolling up. They're Shakir, Kincaid, Knox, Coleman are their top 4. All 4 are healthy. So the next pass catchers are Palmer, Johnson, Shavers, Davis, and Brandon Cooks.
And so Cooks is one of your top 3 guys right now. If you're in 11 personnel, Brandon Cooks is a starting receiver.
Tomorrow he is a top 3 guy.
Before that it was Gabe Davis, right?
Correct.
And Gabe Davis, he only played 6 games on the season, 12 catches, 129. So, I mean, not 1 touchdown. And this isn't a team that's predicated on wide receiver play.
All right, so let's remove Bryant, Ingram, Mims from Denver's offense.
Not feeling good.
You're not feeling great.
No.
You're not. Now, they don't have a Cortland Sutton. They do have a Troy Fleming, but they don't have a wide receiver as good as Cortland. They simply don't. So that would make you feel a little bit better, but I would be just as nervous here in Denver if you had all of those injuries.
Difference, man. They have a tandem of tight ends that caught 9 touchdowns in the regular season. Kincaid and Knox are almost like their numbers are almost synonymous. Kincaid's he's the higher ceiling player. Coached against him at Utah. Actually got hurt against CU at halftime.
And what, Denver has 3 total touchdowns from their tight ends this year, 1 each.
I mean, it's almost like Kincaid and Knox are your Cortland Sutton in terms of production. The guys together are dependable in all areas of the field, like Cortland Sutton.
Jonah Ellis. Jonah Ellis and the rookie.
Which one?
You're gonna need to find a way to play my kid out of the kid out of Texas.
Jade.
You're gonna have to find a way to
Jade.
play Jade Barrett a ton. It's gonna come down to those two dudes.
I like it. You know what? Jonah Ellis knows Dalton Kincaid. Played with him. Teammates. University of Utah.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. The NFC games this weekend can both be heard on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. The Niners and the Seahawks on Saturday at 6 p.m. And then the Rams take on the Bears Sunday at 4:15. Westwood One's coverage of the NFL lives right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Broncos!
Yeah! I've been waiting for that all morning.
Was that
Nance and McGahee smashed together?
Was that a Connor Nance?
A Connor Nance. Also, it could be misconstrued as Howard Dean.
A Jimmer McGahee?
Pretty good. Jimmer McGahee sounds like a great backup point guard.
No doubt.
At BYU.
Really good. Could be a backup point guard at
Wyoming?
Yeah, he could be he play for a guy up there, Sundance Wicks up there.
Sure.
For the Cowpokes.
Sure.
The Broncos!
It's the most Dean-encoded yell I've ever heard.
Okay.
The Avs, hold on. We do have an appetizer today.
Dang it.
And that is the Avs and the Predators.
Which I love.
Central Division collision.
Very fine people. I love the Colorado Avalanche. Very good. They're a wagon of a hockey team.
You can listen to that game on 92.5 tonight, live at Ball Arena. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. It'll be powered by our friends at Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Yes, Coach, what you got?
This is from the 520, and this is why I love our texters, man. They bring great conversations for you and I to have here. The question is, so if both quarterbacks, Josh Allen and Bo Nix, play similarly and they have a similar stat line, who wins? So we did have, in full transparency, we had this conversation during the break, but I thought it opened up some really interesting conversations because my immediate reaction to that question, tit for tat, Bo Nix equals Josh Allen. Home field advantage in the Broncos defense, you'll win this football
Denver
game.
should win,
But
yes.
you had for the first time actually in a long time, you had an intelligent thought. And I want to hear this thought again. Go ahead, Raj.
Not quite me trying to bust myths like a couple of days ago. Yeah, I agree that if the quarterbacks are the same, Denver wins 7 or 8 out of 10 of these games. I just worry about what happens if James Cook goes off for 150 yards and 2 scores. Because I don't see the Broncos being able to cover that, even in the aggregate, with Jaleel and with RJ Harvey and with Bo Nix's legs. I don't see them being able to cover that type of performance in the aggregate. Now, what makes me excited about this game is, well, the Broncos have the number 2 rush defense in the league. I don't see James Cook putting up 150. It's the reason why I'm positive and bullish going into this game for Denver, man. Like, I think it would be, again, I told you this. I bring out that stat. The 4 games that they played in the regular season where James Cook doesn't go off, they lose all 4 of them. Last weekend's game, by the numbers, is an anomaly for Buffalo. We think that's going to happen twice in a row, both on the road in the playoffs? That James Cook gets held out of a game and Buffalo still just finds a way to get it done because, well, Josh Allen, sure, he's an MVP type of guy.
So it brings up this whole premise of Josh Allen is the face of fear for Broncos country today on Friday ahead of tomorrow's massive game.
Yeah,
I would
as
say
he should.
Majority of people would say former MVP, just a year removed from winning the most valuable player
last year,
and currently the best quarterback in the National Football League. Agreed? Stafford and him.
He and Stafford.
And May. But I still think I trust. Right now, I trust Josh Allen in most spots. We haven't seen him in the spot, which is AFC Championship game, overcome that one. But he's
gotten there, hasn't
he? Has won in a lot of spots, regular season and in the postseason. He's got 8 career victories in the postseason, and he's not even that old. It's pretty impressive. He's averaging a victory.
29.
He's averaging a victory per postseason.
Pretty good.
Per season he's played for the Bills. So we got to get to know this James Cook a little bit more. And one of the things that I think is that we need to shift James Cook to being on the list. He's on the list, the Broncos country list.
Oh, he's the scary list.
He's the list. He's the guy that needs to be circled, targeted. Need to have your James Cook. What are those dolls that people have?
Voodoo dolls?
Voodoo doll. You need to get a James Cook voodoo doll.
Okay.
He's the guy. It's not Josh Allen.
What you know about that, KJ?
Josh Allen? Well, when my wife being from New Orleans, I
was
know
gonna
a lot
say.
about it. So here's what you got to do. You got to pin it up against the wall.
Okay.
And you got to throw darts. And you got to say something that you want done to him before you throw the dart. And if you connect, it's going to happen.
I don't want you to get injured, but I want you to not be good at running.
I want you to sprain your ankle.
Oh.
Like a medial, not a high.
One that'll be okay in like 2 weeks.
You'll be great, man.
It'll be fine.
You will be able to get out of your beach chair in Cancun with no problem. No resistance in 10 days. But it'll be pretty flamed up in the next 5. That's what I'm looking for.
I was trying not to be the guy that was wishing injury upon a player, but you know what? I can be talked into that.
Ankle injury? I mean, come on. Just a normal run-of-the-mill ankle.
Just feels like
I
it's
didn't
bad
ask
juju
for a Liz
right
Frank.
now.
I didn't ask for a high ankle. I don't need him to get a tightrope surgery in 10 days. That'll suck. So James Cook, the thing that I find very interesting about this player, he's been the model of durability. If you look at what he's been able to accomplish over the course of his career, younger brother of Dalvin Cook, a phenomenal talent. We started kind of going through that. There's a number that really stands out to me that doesn't add up. For as good as he is and as much of a plow horse as he is right now, outside of Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry, he's the poster child of bell cow running back in the NFL. Is he not?
Sure.
This isn't a Buffalo Bills running back by committee.
He's missed 2 games in his career.
He weighs 190 pounds at 5'11". My starting running back at Valor was bigger than James Cook. He was 5'11 and a half, 200.
Wasn't that like Chris Johnson's size?
It was interesting.
He kind of reminds, and CJ2K was a freak for, 4 seasons?
And then there was an expiration.
Of course, as there are on all running backs when you hit that 28.
Not named Barry Sanders.
When you hit 28 years old, it's kind of done. But he does feel like he looks like Chris Johnson.
So pretty interesting when you look at James Cook, and I go back to this because the number 190 pounds for me just doesn't add up with durable back, long game, going to be available for every game in his career.
Chris Johnson, 5'11", 195.
That's so good. Yep. That's a great pull. So when you go back to what he did at the combine, James Cook ran a 4.42. Good. Really good.
1.5 split.
Yep. 1.5, 10-yard split. He was a 33-inch vert, 10.4 broad, which is crazy explosive. But here's the strengths and weaknesses coming out of the University of Georgia. Oh, by the way, has Georgia had some pretty good running backs? And do you even really remember James Cook, the Georgia running back? Did he ever lead the team in rushing, Raj?
In 4 years, he never led the team in rushing, man.
And he's the NFL leader in rushing.
Never led the team in rushing.
Who were the backs that led the team in rushing in his time there?
So he had to sit behind. He was at school 2021 through 2018. And in 2021, when he was a senior and he would have started in 2018 and then finished in 2021, right? Correct.
Okay, you did DeLorean.
I did. I went backwards. Cool. So I'm going to go backwards from his.
So the new myth is that you actually reverse age.
Sure. Okay, yeah, we're going to Benjamin Button this thing. Even as a senior, when he had 113 carries, he was not the feature back because, Zamir White had 856
NFL starting
yards.
Tailback.
The year prior in 2020, when Georgia went 8-2 that year, he was still a fine running back. 303 yards on just 45 carries that season. Zamir White, 780 yards. NFL running back. Well, you would think, maybe he gets a chance as a sophomore, and just Zamir kind of came onto the scene and was really good that year. As a sophomore, James Cook, 31 attempts, 188 yards. You know why? Because DeAndre Swift has a 1,200-yard season for Georgia that year. And then the previous season, when James Cook was a freshman at Georgia, DeAndre had 1,000 yards, and then Elijah Holyfield had another 1,000-yard season.
Evander's younger son.
In the same exact season.
That's unbelievable. So you look at the strengths of draft prospect in 2021.
Nuts.
And the strengths were awesome processing, comes natural, smooth reads and cuts, runs with rapid feet, forward lean, and just breaking down this player, and this has all turned out to be true, patient behind his lead blocks, and then he's got long speed to take it to the house, which is a very important objective for the Broncos defense is do not allow him to get in the open field. Keep him bottled up for all things. And then he's used out of the backfield as a pass-catching mismatch on linebackers, which, frankly, like that hasn't been a huge part of the way the Buffalo Bills have employed him consistently. He's not the Christian McCaffrey model archetype that's going to catch the ball 100 times in a season. What did he end up with? I think he was in the 40s. Was he about a 40-some-odd pass catcher this season for the Buffalo Bills, James Cook? Steady hands with the ability to run around. Okay, good. Weaknesses. Slender through lower half. It's a slight back.
Slight back puts the ball on the ground.
Passive run finisher with disappointing contact balance. This is coming out. And then does not offer value near the end zone. Interestingly enough, for as good as he's been, Josh Allen's the guy inside of the 10-yard line that's going to score the touchdowns.
Oh, I mean, Cook's combined for 28 touchdowns in the past 2 years. That's a lot of touchdowns.
He's the long game guy, but when you get inside the 8-yard line, it's Josh Allen, man. 16 touchdowns so far through 17 games for Josh Allen, plus a playoff appearance in the wild card round. You know what the Denver Broncos have to do with this player? Man, they got to keep him bottled up and they got to hit him. And they got to gang tackle. You know he's got to have a huge game? It's going to sound weird. Nick Bonito's got to have a huge game in the run game.
In the run game.
Yes.
I thought you were just going to say huge game in general. Like, yes.
Why do you think Nick...
that dude needs to be good for the Broncos to win?
Why do you think Nick Bonito needs to have a good... particularly against the matchup of James Cook? Because he's slender. He's athletic. He's fleet of foot. He makes you miss. He's not the plow horse that's going to run right through your face. So a guy like Nick Bonito who can redirect, who has tremendous start and stop and change of direction athletic abilities, man, he's got to be the guy that, whether it's behind the line of scrimmage or 3 yards past the line of scrimmage, Nick Bonito's got to get in there like a freaking torpedo and redirect and hit this guy. And it's got to be the body blows add up on James Cook because he has been ridden hard and hung up wet to dry more so than any other time in his career, including college football. There's got to be a point in time with James Cook where there is the tread on the tire conversation.
Of his 12 rushing touchdowns this year in the regular season, James Cook scored from outside the 10 on exactly half of them.
Makes sense.
He has rushing touchdowns of 44 yards, 64 yards, 21 yards, 45 yards, 11 yards, and 44 yards. You are correct. When you get inside the 10, when you get into red zone territory, it is Josh Allen, use your legs, find a way to get in. And honestly, that's what we hope Bo Nix does in the red zone. How many times did we talk about, was it Monday that we went over Broncos big play? Or no, I was sick on Monday. On Tuesday, we did Broncos big play replay, how we got here to the divisional round. And our favorite play from like the 10 that we threw out there was, at least on offense, our favorite play was what? It was the 18-yard quarterback design run from Bo Nix. That was the one that I went, I need to see that in the playoffs. Because you're going to see it from Josh Allen. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Tune in for Texans and Patriots on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That'll be on Sunday. Coverage starts at 2 p.m. Westwood One's coverage of the NFL lives exclusively right here on Altitude Sports Radio. That's the coach. I'm Raj. KJ behind the glass. NFL notes are next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light's the official beer sponsor of your Denver Broncos, so remember to enjoy responsibly this weekend. Every single day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL, and today we do so just 26 hours ahead of 27 hours? Is that how math works? 27-ish hours?
Either way, it's the day before, baby.
Day before Broncos playoff.
You ready?
Such a weird sound.
Are you ready, man? Are you ready?
I'm ready. KJ, are you ready?
I'm ready, baby. Let's go.
What's
Come on,
first,
baby.
buddy?
Let's get it now.
Between practice wrapping up for the week and the game starting, Shawn Payton has so much time to prepare and then over-prepare. So what does his brain slowing down so he can just focus on coaching look like in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think when the game begins, then it's different than what it's like all these hours leading up to it. You know, you're now in instinctive mode going. Yeah.
Coach, can you kind of walk us through when there's a big game coming up, the process to, as a coach, trying to just slow things down so that you can just focus on being the coach you know you need to be?
Well, you know, it's so unique because the Broncos had a bit of a head start knowing that they were going to be playing most likely one of about three teams, right? It was the Chargers, the Bills. I mean, the Steelers weren't winning. I think everybody knew that. And potentially, I think the Texans had early on. And then after you know, the weekend started to advance, it started to come into clear focus that you were going to see the Bills. So Shawn Payton's he's had some time to prepare. And as a coach, the last thing that you want to do in a big game is change any aspect of your process, especially that of which your players could see. Because if they see panic out of the leader, or if they see they're not.
Well, change isn't automatically panic.
Football is such a scheduled grind.
Okay.
That when you see something that's an outlier, it feels like
it's cause for concern.
Everybody's like, oh,
why
is Payton okay? Is Coach Payton okay?
Okay, all right.
So you want to keep your process the same, but then this is one thing I've always liked to do is when you're installing some of your concepts that are unique to that particular plan against this week for Buffalo, man, you want to be a salesman. You want to sell the heck out of it. Like, we got something here. And you know what? Last year, Shawn Payton and Bo Nix, Shawn Payton sold the opening touchdown against quarters coverage to Bo Nix and Troy Franklin. And he sold it, and it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now, for Shawn Payton, and this is one of the thoughts that I've had, I thought Shawn Payton was not good last year against the Buffalo Bills as a play caller. I don't think it was a particularly good day for Shawn Payton in general. I've had plenty of those, to be fair. And part of it was just there was not any type of reliance on the run game at all, and it got away from you quickly as a result of that. Like, we were talking about the rushing stats for individual Bronco rushers a year ago, and we said, not good, not good, not good. We came up to Javonte Williams. He was 7 carries, 29 yards. That's over 4 yards a carry on the road. You know what? He should have been the bell cow. He only got 7 freaking touches. And I go back to this, man, and this is where I'm confident in the Broncos and their ability to do what I hope they do, is I think Shawn Payton's got something big to prove in a good way. And I think Shawn Payton he knows that he's got the team. He knows he's in the building. He knows that this team is comfortable in the fourth quarter. Shawn Payton play caller, Shawn Payton game strategy, game script, if you want to call it. This is the spot he's got to deliver in, because he didn't a year ago. Time to turn the page in Denver Broncos lore for Shawn Payton in the postseason.
Turn the page to the next story, Mr. Granderson.
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
Let's take a look at the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So for the Broncos, JFM and Dre Greenlaw, they were full yesterday, so they're trending towards playing. Drew Sanders, whose practice window off IR is open, he will be out for tomorrow's game, and we'll see what happens past tomorrow in regards to whether he'll actually play this season or not. Lucas Kroll, he will be out with a foot injury as well. As far as the Buffalo Bills, as we reported yesterday, Maxwell Hairston and Jordan Poyer will both be out. And then questionable, DeMar Hamlin with a pec, Curtis Samuel with the elbow, Terrell Bernard with a calf, and then Ty Johnson with the ankle, and then Ed Oliver with a bicep. And speaking of Ed Oliver, here's Sean McDermott talking about that process of him getting back and what that may look like.
With Ed, how did you see him respond to his first full physical day of practice?
Yeah, it was in moderation, right, because of the scaled down version of it. But I thought he handled it appropriately.
In terms of Ed, just aside from what he's done to come back from the injury, what have you seen in his mentality as he leads up to try and make this comeback at the end of the season? Yeah, he loves to play. There's a process that leads to playing, and he's worked hard at it. Had the setback, obviously, a few weeks ago with the knee, but he's attacked it head on, and our medical staff the same way, so both have done a good job.
Ed Oliver, 3 games played this year, 3 sacks, 1 forced fumble. It would behoove the Broncos for that dude not to be in the lineup. Your injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Yeah, this is what happens when you get 13 days off and the other team has to battle through the end of the season just to get into the playoffs. Remember, like, Buffalo in week 14, 15, you were looking at them going, well, New England's going to find a way to win the division, and if you continue to find a way to tumble, you might be on the outside looking in. They have to battle to get in. They have to battle through Jacksonville on the road. As we talked with Matt Bove, like, even Josh Allen is very banged up right now. It's one of the reasons why I'm bullish on Denver. You are healthier. You are more rested. I know it's a myth, but it should help.
Yeah, it may be a myth, but it also, boy, it adds up when you can get some of your interior defensive line back. That's a huge part of the puzzle, man. Like, when you watch these college football playoff games, you almost see like the team that's going to win is the team that has the better interior defensive line that can get the stops needed. And I think the Denver Broncos, DJ Jones, John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach, Zack Allen, that's about as good as you're going to find right now in the NFL in terms of interior D-line.
Who's else is on the interior of the Buffalo D-line?
It's not Ed Oliver's kind of the household name where you've invested a high
Your
pick.
edge rushers are Rousseau and Bosa.
Yep. Rousseau looked good against the Jaguars.
We talked about Milano. We talked about Cole Bishop as your safety. There wasn't much talk about the interior of that Buffalo's defense, which is probably why
they give up how many yards per carry?
5.1 yards per carry.
Guys, that's nuts. That's a bad number in high school. The NFL, it is hard to run the football. What do the Broncos give up yards per carry? It's got to be sub 4, doesn't it?
It has to be. I don't have that in front of me right now. I will effort to look it up. KJ, what's next?
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
Seattle Seahawks Pro Bowl quarterback Sam Darnold expects to play Saturday in the team's divisional playoff game against the 49ers, despite an oblique injury that has listed him as questionable. And this was Darnold's response after practice yesterday, quote, "Just didn't want to push it. Wasn't the day to push it. So that was it. Just came inside, got some rehab, and I feel like I'll be ready to go for Saturday," end quote. So 2 days before a playoff game, he's claiming it's nothing. It could be nothing, but any chance in a situation such as this, it could become something.
I don't like that. I mean, I was listening to Brock and Salk up in Seattle yesterday. That's a really intriguing matchup. Same day as the Broncos Bills. And I'm excited to watch that game. It's going to be keyed up. There's a lot of talking going on back and forth. You have a legitimate back and forth rivalry between two NFC West foes. Sam Darnold, not practicing, coming off of a bye?
He was running out onto the practice field with a Theragun, kind of punching into his oblique, and he was making fun of...
Wait, why did you say punching into his oblique, but you were punching your shoulder?
I couldn't get to it. You know what I mean? We are an audio medium.
Raj, we're males. We can always get to our oblique. Oh, yeah.
Well, he had a Theragun. He was, nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here. I think he's fine. They're not going to win because of Sam Darnold. If they win that game, it's because of their defense.
Yeah, do you trust Drew Lock in that spot against the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan? Do you? Denver, do you really trust Drew Lock?
Mike Sando really likes Seattle. He did a really good breakdown of EPA per play on offense and defense in teams that have at least gotten to the Super Bowl. And like the 2015 Broncos are an outlier where you have a differential of minus 24 in terms of your offensive EPA rank and your defensive EPA rank. Like you have to have an elite defensive unit, and Seattle is one of those. I think the Seahawks get it done. I think the injuries are eventually going to catch up to San Francisco. I don't love it because Seattle doesn't feel sexy and exciting to me. But
Well,
I think Seattle.
Do you think
gets
people nationally think that the Denver Broncos are
no,
sexy?
You know what? Great point.
We had Brock on
Great
our program,
point.
2-3 weeks ago, and that was the. Are they the Spider-Man meme looking at each other in a sense?
It's a good point.
There's a lot of similarities.
Don't tell that about my Broncos. You can't say that about my Broncos. I can say that about your Seahawks.
They're not my Seahawks.
KJ, what's next?
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes said he intends to play week 1 of the 2026 NFL season. As many know by now, he obviously had surgery to repair 2 torn ligaments in his left knee. And he said on a Zoom call Thursday that he is, quote, hitting all the checkpoints that could get him back for summer workouts and perhaps even training camp this fall. Further quotes from Mahomes, quote, I want to be ready for week 1. The doctor said I could, but I can't predict what happens throughout the process. That's the goal, to play week 1 and have no restrictions. You want to be out there healthy and give us the best chance to win. I hope to do some things in OTAs and training camp and be able to do things there, end quote. What's the likelihood Mahomes will be 100%?
0.
It's Patrick Mahomes.
So?
He always finds a way to come back. Remember that injury, the patella injury that he had against the Broncos? You were like, his career's over.
Well,
and then he went, well,
really
no, it's like a week.
A lot of Patrick Mahomes' injuries, like when slowed down, look awful.
Career over.
Looks so
and
bad.
He's back on the field like 4 plays later.
He is a little bit Gumby-ish.
Yes.
His play style is loose and Gumby-like.
You know what I say to this? Patrick, I hope you're back.
Yeah,
week
come
1.
back week 1.
Come back week 1.
I want to see you week 1, bud.
I want to see you in the preseason, Patrick.
Come on.
I miss Patrick Mahomes.
Come on down, pal.
Yeah, we can't wait to see you in week 1.
I want to see your
rush that back.
I want to
buddy.
see your broccoli/kale hair in week 1.
I'm sure rushing back from a devastating knee injury won't be bad for your long-term health. Come back week 1. Please. One more, KJ.
Unlike the other sports, it's 3 hours.
Eagles general manager Howie Roseman said players such as A.J. Brown are in short supply when asked if he would be open to trading the star wide receiver this offseason. Quote, it is hard to find great players in the NFL, and A.J. Brown is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out here in free agency and in the draft, just trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy, end quote. If the Eagles walk away with only 1 championship in this window, who will be most likely to blame?
Do the Eagles feel like you needed to confirm your championship? Do they feel like one of those teams? Right? Like the Chiefs are one of those teams that you had to confirm, and they certainly did. The Avalanche feel like a team that you have to confirm 2022. They haven't yet. The Nuggets with Nikola Jokic, right? Generational player. You have to confirm 2023 with championship number 2. I've never felt as though the Eagles have needed to confirm that championship. Also,
did you watch the Super Bowl last year and see that defense?
Yeah, they smacked
Patrick
them.
Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs look awful.
They smacked them.
I think it's the Eagles have gone in, since Nick Sirianni's been the head football coach, they've gone in such waves and ebbs and flow, and it always, to me, rests on who's their offensive play caller. Really good Shane Steichen. Really bad Brian Johnson. Really good Kellen Moore. Really bad Kevin Patullo. Who's the next guy going to be? To me, the blame should lie with the fact that you hired an offensive-minded head football coach that had the title of offensive coordinator at the Los Angeles Chargers that has never called a play in his life, and that's Nick Sirianni. So you are completely reliant upon having frankly, a one-and-done offensive play caller that's going to inevitably be a head coach the next year. That's tough.
You have to win 2 there for it to make sense. Like, did they trade for Saquon or did they just sign him in the offseason? They signed him.
They signed him.
He walked away from New York. Name the other generational player on that team.
I mean,
AJ Brown's very good. He's not a generational wide receiver. Devonta Smith is a fun wide receiver. He's not AJ Brown. Goddard's a good tight end. He's not Travis Kelce.
He's also long in the tooth.
If he stops spitting on people, Jordan Carter could probably be generational inside, but we'll see.
So I look at Philly and I go, one feels like enough. Are we going to have those conversations about the Broncos if they win one? Oh, is 1 enough for Shawn Payton? Yeah, 1's enough.
Who's our guy from Georgia? The defense is Carter, right?
Yes.
Is that who you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I heard Potter. You went sip on me, man.
Yeah,
straight
my bad.
Mississippi right there.
My words, they get to going fast, and sometimes, the letters, they all start to sound the same.
I don't know if they need another one. I wouldn't look at the Eagles winning a title last year and go, oh, I'm disappointed because they just had one.
You know what's good, though?
What's up?
Is that we have one segment left on this show, and the Eagles, they don't have a segment left on their sports talk radio shows.
They sure don't.
To talk about the game tomorrow or Sunday.
No, they're worried about losing Ranger Suarez in Major League Baseball's free agency over there in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
We're worried about the Bills. And 2:30 p.m. tomorrow on Saturday, the divisional round, the first home playoff game in a decade here in Colorado. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us. Let us know how you're feeling. We'll pop some tops, some game predictions, and more on the other side. KJ's NFL Notes brought to you by Mountain High Appliance.com. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Wrapping things up here on a Bud Light Football Friday, the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Did you know 38 years ago tomorrow, 1988 AFC Championship, Denver beats Cleveland on the infamous fumble on the 3-yard line?
The drive?
The fumble.
What about the drive?
1988 AFC.
Was that not the drive? I don't think so. No.
Who are you talking to there?
Me?
Yeah.
Talking to a football coach at...
Drive was like the year previous or the year...
It
was either the year previous or 2 years before that.
I was talking to a football coach at the university, or at Colorado State.
The year previous.
Colorado State University. Because you know what they did yesterday?
They went to 64 schools.
And they actually did. And they actually recruited. I'm getting all kinds of buzz. It's amazing what happens when you just put forth some good old-fashioned sweat equity in the recruiting space. Some goodwill, man. Our guy Jim Mora yesterday on the program.
Also, 1999, tomorrow, 1999. So that would have been what, 27 years ago? Yeah, something like that. Broncos beat the Jets 23-10 in the AFC title game, en route to a Super Bowl.
So
tomorrow
the fumble was 88.
Fumble was 88. Drive was 87.
87.
Yeah.
So that was on January 11th.
January the 17th is a very good day in Broncos history.
Vibes.
The vibes are high.
Vibes
That's
are
the
good.
reason why I'm bringing that to you. The vibes are through the roof, brother. You beat the Browns on the fumble. 11 years later, you find a way to beat the Jets by 13. And the Broncos go on to another Super Bowl championship. We love January 17 here in the state of Colorado. I don't know if it has any significance to any other team in the state, but the Broncos love January 17. So what crazy thing is going to happen on January 17th of next year? You have the fumble from the Browns. You have the miss from Gary Anderson in 1999 for the Vikings. Wasn't in that game. But
Gary Anderson a barefooter? Was he a barefoot kicker?
I have no idea.
I miss barefoot
You ask me
kickers.
questions like I know the answer to a lot of things. I don't know the answer to everything, especially things that happened when I was 4 years old.
Let me see if Gary Anderson was a barefoot kicker. Gosh, I just loved barefoot kickers. Why did you just leave? Do you remember,
because it wasn't advantageous. It was stupid.
I mean,
it was dumb.
No, Gary Anderson was not a barefooter.
It was 1999.
I'm gonna ask one of my kickers at Valor. Hey, become a barefoot kicker.
Yeah, real happy about that type of advice to a 17-year-old. Wait until he snaps his big toe.
Oh, Rich Carlos. Good barefoot.
It's ridiculous.
Really good barefoot kicker.
People stopped kicking barefoot because, well, it was dumb.
Jeff
and the
Wilkins,
ball didn't go as far.
Good barefoot kicker.
At that point, why don't you play football without helmets? Why don't you play football without cleats?
They're barefoot punters.
Why don't you throw out Bo Nix and J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey just on running flats, on lifting flats. Throw them out there at Empower Field and see how they do without cleats.
That's right. Gary Anderson, he was a shoe guy, but he was a one-bar face mask guy.
You know what? I miss that.
Yeah, and especially when they'd flop all the way down and there'd be so much gap between face mask and top of helmet. You just want, it took everything in me not to just want to go up to one of those guys and just punch him square
sock him in the face.
Because it's like a perfect frame to get punched in the face right there.
You could bring back the one-bar face masks for kickers. It's not doing anything for them. They can't get touched. A one-bar face mask? There's no way it's legal in high school.
No way.
There's no way.
I'd love that conversation as a head coach when you meet with the officials. Coaches, everybody securely and safely compliant with the equipment. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they sure are.
I roll out some kicker who's got a flopping face mask down to by his
Talking
chest.
about vibes, man. Those are some great kicker vibes right there.
Oh, yeah.
I make fun of you for the barefoot, but you bring up one bar across the face. I love one bar across the face.
Pretty good.
It's better than the crazy, interlocking.
Yeah.
You can't
what I
face
miss
mask
too,
me
Raj?
type of guy.
I miss some good old, some, what is it called that in hockey when you get your lettuce lap? Is that right? Where you
hair skate.
Hair skate. I miss
no bucket warm up.
I miss no bucket players. I mean, I grew up in the no bucket
That's
era.
insane to me.
It was awesome.
In either one of those sports, insane to me.
Also, open face helmets, completely illegal, right? In hockey, at all
there
levels?
are 3 players in the NHL that are allowed to play without a half shield visor.
Any of them?
Jamie Benn, who actually just fell on his face after getting tripped and is now playing with a half shield. The only other
Talk about a lack of commitment.
The only other 2 guys that are currently allowed to play without a half shield in the league are Zach Bogosian and Ryan Reeves, and they both play without one.
Gosh.
Everybody else must.
Every time I Google Jamie Benn, the same thing comes up. Bond villain.
Yeah, he looks like he does. He looks like a Bond villain.
Such a Bond villain.
Are there any dudes on the Buffalo Bills that look like a Bond villain that we can hate?
No.
Not really.
No, not really. They look like, you know what they look like? They look like football players. All of them. Josh Allen, he looks like a big physical quarterback. James Cook.
One bar helmets made it easier for kickers to hammer some lung darts on the sideline.
Oh, man. If there
Some
were, okay,
cancer
I will say
twigs.
this. If we're on this vibes conversation, if there was one player in the National Football League that I think would be down.
Oh, Ryan O'Reilly too. Sorry. Continue.
There would be a player that'd be down for a cancer stick mid-game. I think Josh Allen would be down. He's got such bro vibes. Like Josh Allen has drank some beers.
So
and
Josh Allen is not taking the Denver Broncos in the divisional round seriously then.
Josh Allen's had
because bros don't take divisional round seriously.
No, they don't. Mm-mm.
They're too cool for that.
They're waiting for AFC championships.
They're too cool to try
Super
hard.
Bowls.
Yep, too cool to try hard. He's too nervous about downplaying what his wife wore at the 2015 Super Bowl to worry about what the Broncos are actually putting on the
Okay,
field tomorrow.
so Josh Allen, total bro vibe going on right now. Over under last cigarette that Josh Allen's ripped.
when was he last a senior in
3 months? 3 months.
Over that.
I bet Josh Allen's ripped
He's an elite
he's ripped the dart,
NFL
man.
athlete. They don't do that
I
anymore.
think Josh Allen crushes
They
beers.
don't do that anymore.
I think he smacks beers.
I'm sure he does, but you were asking about cancer twigs.
Yeah, but
you're asking about throat rockets.
In bro culture, they go hand in hand, man. You have between 12 and 20 cold beers. You're ripping a Camel Blue.
Look at that. That's
you're ripping
not
a Marlboro Red.
That's not a good look for the
Camel
opposing
Crush,
quarterback
man.
to come into Mile High when his wife is on camera. I know it's years ago, rocking the orange and blue and dabbing
she's
up
about
because
that life.
she's making fun of Cam Newton right there. Rip open the shirt.
How about her dabbing? Thank God that trend went away.
Now it's the 2016 trend. It is actually back in vogue right now. That exact picture. If you see what's going around social media, people are like posting their photos from 2016. That's a 2016 photo.
It sure is.
So, by the transitive property, the dab is back in vogue.
That's a power field, isn't it?
It is about that time, Coach. It's a Friday. Let's pop some top. If you're not watching NFL football this weekend, you are a dweeb. Obviously, we are watching the Bills and the Broncos.
You're a hockey nerd.
Hockey. This is not going to be one of those weekends where I go, hey, you know what I'm real excited about at 3 p.m. on Saturday? The Blue Jackets and the Leafs.
Tonight.
Could you imagine?
Tonight.
Obviously, we're watching the Bills and the Broncos tomorrow at 2:30. I am popping my top, however, to what I think is going to be the most entertaining game of the weekend, and that is Saturday evening, 4:30 p.m. on NBC. The Rams and the Bears. I think it's going to be absolute fireworks, crazy high scoring. I think the Rams get it done, so I'm popping my top to a Sunday enjoyment watch. And you know why it's going to be enjoyed? My feet are going to be up on the dasher. They're going to be up on the coffee table because the Broncos will have already
dasher?
won.
Are you Canadian?
The dasher's what you have on the...
Never heard of a dasher, man.
Me neither.
Who is this guy?
I don't know.
You ever heard of a dasher in Mississippi?
I was trying to figure out where the coffee table was in the back of my head. I came up with dasher.
Well, here's what I got, Raj.
Big dumb idiot.
Raj, I love football. I also like offensive football. And the game of the weekend in terms of offensive, narcissistic, look at me play callers / head coaches, it's the Los Angeles Rams and the Chicago Bears, man. I cannot wait to watch Sean McVay versus Ben Johnson because there is a lot of testosterone and a lot of exchange of who is better, who is cuter, who's got the better scheme. My call sheet's better than yours. It's going to be a great game.
All right. Broncos and Bills 2:30 on Saturday. Denver 1.5 point favorites. The over-under set at 45.5. Let's get some game predictions. Coach Mike Sanford, divisional round.
The first to 25 wins the football game, and it's going to be Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. Shawn Payton's going to dial it up. You're going to score 28 points at home behind a balanced attack. Bo Nix is going to be uncorked for 2 rushing touchdowns inside the red zone. Broncos win 28-24 on a game-winning drive to score 7.
Love to hear that. Mr. Granderson.
Well, earlier in this segment, we talked about the drive, and then we talked about the fumble. This game will be known as the pick six, and it will be off of the hands of the most racially profiled cornerback in the history of the NFL, Riley Moss. Let's go. 30-20, Denver Broncos.
Let's go.
Oh, my
Good
God. I
profile
love
on that
you
man.
so much. Don't profile Riley Moss.
Gosh, man.
All right. I told you guys
White
earlier
corner
on.
lives matter, don't they?
This comes down to see you later, Prater, or Big Nuts Lutz. Will Lutz gets it done.
Will's nuts.
Will's nuts gets it done. I have Denver winning this one 24-21. Broncos win, and we go to the AFC Championship game.
The Broncos!
The Broncos! That's going to do it. Glorilla, take us into divisional round weekend.
For shizzle, my whizzle.
Hey. Well, what's going on, guys? Here we go. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We have reached it Friday, the day before, as the game is on Saturday, of the Broncos and the Bills. What are we feeling? Where are we at? What do we got? What's the number? What's it going to be?
I'm feeling my rear end tighten it up a little bit. That's what I'm feeling.
What's that?
Yep. That's that, hey, it's easy to have good vibes all week long, and then the game gets a little bit closer, and that rear end gets a little bit tighter.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't mean to tighten your sphincter. As it would go.
Been in the football world a long time. Friday comes around, and that sphincter gets pretty tight.
All right. So what's the number then? What are you feeling?
Are we doing numbers?
Sure. Let's go.
Last.
You go last? All right, Scott, what you got?
I got questions before I give. I told you
All right.
yesterday if they score in the red zone, touchdowns, and aren't leading the league in 3-and-outs in this game, then they're going to win this thing 27-17. If they run the 3-and-out game like they did last year, and they force that defense to play, then they might get run out of the gym. So I don't know which one it's going to be.
What you feeling? What do you think? Here we go.
Yes, I think they had it. And then I read a big article today, and basically they said, no, Buffalo has these guys figured out, and Denver really hasn't changed.
Oh, so we got some tightening over with Scott. Got some
It's
tightening.
not tightening. I don't get tight over sporting events. When I played, okay, fine. I didn't want to screw up for everybody else. But how am I as a fan going to be tight?
Well, you predicted a 10-point win yesterday. Where is it? Are we tight?
With conditions. I put conditions on it.
Oh, well, here we go, though. How do you think it's going to roll out? I mean, I can give you conditions for every scenario. But, I mean, what do you think? Right? What do you think it's going to be?
What do you think?
27-24 Broncos. 27-24 Broncos.
What gives you confidence they can score 27 points?
The injuries to the Bills.
But they've done 3 games this year.
I think the injury to the Bills is going to allow them to run. I think it's going to force the Bills to play from behind. And I think that is going to force a late game turnover by the good old Buffalo Bills who know how to Buffalo Bills. And I think that's going to be the difference.
Could be a turnover, could be the difference of the game for sure. I've been optimistic all week long, and I remain optimistic despite the fact that the sphincter is getting a little bit tighter because it's Friday, and that's what happens on Fridays. I still remain optimistic. My prediction all week long is that if you keep the Bills to 20 or less points, you win the football game. And I think you're going to make that really, really tight. They're going to push it. So I got to stay true to my prediction that the Broncos are going to win the game. I got to stay true to the formula of how the Broncos are going to win the game. And I think the Bills are going to push it to the limit. So I got the Bills putting up 20 points. I got the Broncos putting up 23.
There you go.
You probably score 2 touchdowns, 3 field goals.
I like it.
Feel a little bit frustrated. You're a little bit scared because you had 5 red zone attempts and you only scored on 2 of them things. And you're thinking you're going to lose a game. But Broncos do what they always do. They sneak out close games. And this Buffalo Bills offense, who, by the way, their running game was not great last week. Josh Allen was great last week.
It was not, and the Jags defense has been really good on that. They didn't allow a 100-yard rush the whole year. And
guess who else has been really good on that? The Denver Broncos have the number two rush defense in the NFL.
I think James Cook had like 45 yards, something like that. Wasn't great. That being said, the Bills left points on the Jags left points on the board. Jags missed a field goal that was definitely doable that Cam Little usually gets, and they had that 4th down stop where, Trevor Lawrence's knee is scraping off the dirt, or that's a 1st down and likely a touchdown too. I think the Jaguars left 10 points on the board, and they scored 24 without that. I think there's points to be got off them there, Buffalo Bills, Scott. I do.
Thank God they did that because then you'd have to play Jacksonville again. I just got a question for Tyler.
Yes. I will answer any question.
And I know you gave a great scenario how they scored 23. And then I'll ask you another question that probably shouldn't make any sense from the answer you just gave. But my answer is this: do you really think they can score 23 points?
Yeah, I think they can. I don't think 23 is insane, Scott. 23. This is a bad defense you're going up against. Like you should.
How was the Raiders' defense? They pretty good.
Yeah. But we're peaking now. It's time to peak in the playoffs, Scott. What you talking about? Why you bringing up? Why you bringing up old stuff?
Well, that was only 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, right?
Nah, that's old news, man. We're peaking.
Okay.
We're peaking in the playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're just being funny.
No,
now.
I mean I'm really not like. Okay, here's my honest, God's honest opinion on this, Scott. It's a bad defense, and you should be able to score. Just like, yes, of course you should have been able to put up 24, 28 points against the Raiders. Of course that's true if you want to go back to that. But I'm just looking at this Bills defense, and I don't care that they're number one in pass defense. It's not a good defense. It's not. They got holes. They got warts all over the place. And I think that Shawn Payton is a good play caller that schematically has strung together game plans the last 4 to 5 weeks that has allowed this offense to move the ball consistently. It's just been about red zone conversion, and that's what it's going to come down to if you're going to put up over 23 points or not.
You realize they did score 24 points against the Raiders the last time they played them. You know that, Scott, right? 24-17 they won. You know that, correct?
Well, yeah, that's right. They hit 24-17. Excuse me. I guess I was thinking the Jacksonville game they had 20, or the Kansas City Chiefs game they had 20, or the Chargers game they had 19. I guess I was thinking the Chargers Raiders. So yeah, I was thinking those last 3 games where their high score was 20 twice and 19. So I'm almost thinking, what are they, a 20-point team?
Do you like the 34? Do you like the 34 points they put up against the Packers?
Love that. Hey, they scored over 23 points 7 times all year, and they were 6-1. So that is a great stat.
Okay.
Scored 20, and what I said there, they scored 27, which means you're finishing in the red zone. I think you win this game. You score over 24 points, 23 points. They did it 7 times. Actually, it's over 24. So 24 points they scored 7 times this year, and they were 6-1.
I mean, I got you. They only scored.
And the question is, can they score 24 points?
Of course they can. They can, and they not only can they will.
24 is not insane. 24, honestly, if I'm like really as an offensive dude that played in the NFL, 24 points is like the bare minimum that you're like, okay, yep, we did our job. We scored 24 points as an offense. We feel like we did our job to win a game. You score 20 points or less. Or 23 points or less, I guess I should say. And you're like, well, you better hope that our defense had a good game because we didn't do our part offensively. Both parts got to, both like defense, offense, and of course special teams as well. Everybody's got to do their part in this game, and defense cannot have an off day.
And I know I'm being pessimistic, boy, but I tend to get nervous when everybody just thinks it's guarantees.
Hey, you want to measure sphincters right now?
No, my name's Sphincter. I don't care. I just want all the facts out there. You scored 28 against Indiana, and you lost. Did Indiana make the playoffs?
They did not.
No. You scored 28 against Cincinnati in a win. Did Cincinnati make the playoffs?
They did not.
You scored 33 against the Giants in a win. Did the Giants make the playoffs?
They did not.
You scored 44 against Dallas in a win. Did the Dallas Cowboys make the playoffs?
They did not.
Hey, Scott.
You scored 20. Hold on. Let me finish. You scored 27 against Washington. Did Washington make the playoffs?
No.
24 against the Raiders. They didn't make the playoffs. Packers, you scored 34. They made the playoffs, right?
They sure did.
There's one. So one of the 7 times you scored over 24 points, only one team made the playoffs. And you guys are telling me you think it's going to be – here, let me do this fast. That easy to score 24 points against the Bills.
Nobody's saying that.
I don't know if it's easy, but they're going to score.
He said that just a while ago.
They're going to score 27. How many times do you think they're going to be in the red zone?
Here's what I'm telling you, Scott. You can score 24 points against that defense. The Bills' defense is not great. Now, you can make the counter argument that the Broncos' offense is not great, and that's a fair argument. But the Broncos' offense is pretty good if they can just figure out how to convert in the red zone. So I'm throwing a little bit of faith in there, throwing a little bit of faith in there that you will convert on some of these long drives, and that could turn it into 24.
We will go to Buffalo.
Olive oil could be a pretty good-looking lady if she learns to curl her lashes.
All right, what's your prediction, by the way? What is it?
God, I don't know, man.
We all know what it is by now. You can't call it a win.
Well, 27-17, I had Denver winning yesterday. Today, I'm telling you, here's what I just got to do. I read too much. and I start getting all these other not many people like the Broncos in this game. You guys realize this?
Of course.
That aren't wearing an orange shirt and an orange hat coming to work today, right? You realize that?
I was told this is what we were supposed to do.
Oh, be cheerleaders and not truthful?
Correct.
Okay.
Keep going.
And your prediction is?
Yes, and
no, I read too much. That's my problem.
You've had 16 minutes to figure this out.
And?
Oh, so like you're going to make a life decision in 16 minutes time?
You need a little time? You need time? Take your time.
We got 3 hours, don't we?
We got 3 hours.
Hey, listen, are you two the kind of guys that jump to the back chapter and read the last page of a book? Is that how you all roll?
I mean, if you get the first 2 chapters, the last 2 chapters, you probably understand the book.
Yeah, it depends.
So there you go.
Depends on
There
the
you
book.
go. Let's read the last chapter first.
All right. Well, Sky, we got plenty of time.
What chapter are we on? It's Friday.
We're on mile 4 of a half marathon. The goo comes at mile 9. That's what we got. We do have a guy from Buffalo. I was on his radio show this morning.
Scott, just milk that thing behind you. It'll make you feel better.
And we'll bring on the view from Buffalo. It's funny you talk about tight sphincters. They were the most uptight show I've ever talked to.
Yeah, because it's Buffalo, and they can't have nice things.
I'm telling you, that is the vibe there. And we'll talk to Jeremy White from WGR 550 in Buffalo coming up in about 10 minutes. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, with the new year comes the chance to make real positive change in your life. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. Few things in life are more wonderful than intimacy, and if that's been missing, maybe it's just because erectile dysfunction has been getting in the way. Well, change that. It's a new year. Make the resolution to change your ED and change your life. Schedule a consult today. That visit, $99. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I think when the game begins, then it's different than what it's like all these hours leading up to it. You're now in instinctive mode going. Yeah.
On the Shot Mazda text line, Scott, just pick the Bills already because you know what's your gut saying, and let's get on with this show, man. Smiley face emoji. Said with love there, Scott.
Yeah, well, again, they didn't listen to yesterday's show where I picked Broncos 27-17, did they?
I guess not.
See, unlike you, well, let's give everything out right now, and then, heck, might as well go home. Why are we doing the rest of the show?
We're contractually obligated to be here for 3 hours.
Well, then why give the ending and plot of the great story first 15 minutes?
Because we got people that are just driving around. They got a precious amount of time, Scott. They got to get that lunch right there, and then they got to go back to work and fake that they're doing something for another 3 hours.
This right here, this little thing Scott's doing is Scott's word of the hour. You better pay attention all hour.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll pay attention all hour.
They say that works, doesn't it?
You can just keep us on the hook. Like, let's go. We'll find out eventually. At some point, it'll blurb out as Scott.
Let us know the magic word. Like there's got to be a keyword when the real prediction's coming out.
We'll wait to see it. We'll wait to hear it. We're going to have this guy, Jeremy White. He's on the flagship station of the Bills, WGR, which I used to work for that company back in the day. And they were a news talk station. They're all sports now. And, I was on there and I was trying to have some fun and doing the whole thing and the rigmarole, right? Let's go. Let's rally it up. Boy, they were the most uptight show I've ever sort of been associated with something like on a Friday. It was like really straight to the heart questions and very serious and bum, and then okay, thank you and goodbye. And then when they hung up, I could still hear them a little bit, and they're like, I just don't know how the Broncos are going to score 27 points on the Bills. Like they were really like serious about it. Like there was no fun involved. And I was like, oh, okay, right.
That's because the pressure is all on the Bills.
That's right.
The pressure is everywhere in Buffalo right now. The pressure's on Josh Allen. The pressure's on Sean McDermott to keep a job. In theory, although I don't necessarily agree with this because I busted this myth the other day, in theory, the Broncos are playing on house money and the Buffaloes are playing on borrowed money. Now, I'm going to tell you, losing the house money, that's painful also, okay? That's not a pain-free experience when you lose that house money.
Yeah.
I've seen DMac in Cleveland. It's not fun, all right?
It was fun for a while.
So that doesn't take the pressure off, but there is.
Over in the corner barfing in the,
Well, I was about to hop on a motorcycle with guys with loaded guns at 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's true. He was trying to go get somebody else's money.
No, that was not a good idea.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. All right, so is the pucker factor a real deal there in Buffalo, impactful on the game? I mean, it's in their culture. But I don't know if that impacts the team.
I think it's on for Josh Allen. Now, I happen to think Josh Allen is a rare breed that can overcome that type of pressure, So I don't think it's like a huge factor in the game is what I'm saying.
It is funny how the culture of Buffalo is just something awful is about to happen to us. Do you think that's a common just sports vibe, or do you think that's unique to certain cities, certain teams?
It was Chicago. It was Chicago for the baseball team for 125 years, wasn't it? Wasn't that their big mantra until they finally won?
Well, to the degree where it felt like they didn't even want to win. Not really. They like being lovable losers. It really wasn't in their DNA. I know in my family history back there in Boston, when they finally won the World Series in 2004, it was weird. Like, it was like, whoa, I guess we can't complain about the things that we used to gather around and complain about all the time. Like, this is kind of an odd feeling. Buffalo's never got over that. I mean, it's a city that's never won a major championship in any pro sports they've ever had. How about that? They've had pro sports forever, including basketball, Scott, for a time period.
Yep.
And they've unless the Braves got a championship, man, back in the 50s or 60s that I'm not aware of. But, I mean, at least in the last 50 years, they got nothing. No championships. 0. What do you think that does to a sports sort of thought? A city that just has never, ever won.
Listen, the NFL probably will never leave Buffalo, although if you remember, before Josh Allen got there was talking about splitting half of their games over in Canada, right? I mean, so I don't know how big it was going in between that Kelly and Allen time period.
Well, it was dicey. They had an ownership change. The Pegula family did buy it from the Wilson Trust, and it was sketchy there for a while. They did play some home games up in Toronto. They needed a new stadium. They've had problems selling out games over the years because their fan base in Western New York is relatively small. Sure. And as ticket prices go up, I mean, this is the rally around the wagons thing that Chris Berman always says too. But no joke, over the years, man, it's been rough there in Buffalo. There definitely have been times where there's been consideration about them leaving town.
I feel like it wasn't even that long ago they were playing games in Canada.
Was that
during COVID they were doing that?
It was I want to say it was pre-Josh Allen.
Pre-Josh Allen.
Which was 2018, but I want to say it was before then. You guys realize after the Music City Miracle and until Josh Allen, they went 17 years without making the playoffs. I mean, they went from one of the most unbelievable franchises making the playoffs every year and contending, losing, to nothing for 17 years. And then Josh Allen comes on back. But it's definitely a vibe like we can't have nice things here in Buffalo. No doubt about it. I just don't know.
You got your star quarterback now, and not only do you got your star quarterback, your star quarterback married a movie star, and they're living in Buffalo.
Yeah, and she just happens to be a huge Broncos fan, as we've all seen this week. Dabbing it up with her Broncos jacket on, looking absolutely spectacular.
May or may not have gotten paid by Starter for that particular post that she made. Who cares?
I don't think that's really relevant whatsoever. I mean, the fact is she's a gargantuan Broncos fan, and she's dabbing up Broncos gear at the Super Bowl 50. I could have sworn I saw you on the field with all the confetti down there.
One of those little ants.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sure, she's dabbing, and there's there's Tyler. That's after winning a championship, and the Bills don't have that moment. And I don't know, man. Let's go to Buffalo right now. We're joined by Jeremy White, who's on mornings there at WGR 550 in Buffalo. Jeremy, how are you? Good afternoon.
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing all right. We're just wondering, with Haley Steinfeld being a big Broncos fan and, the pressure of this game, how's everybody's feeling in Buffalo? What's the vibe there?
It's funny. I've seen a little bit of the post about Haley Steinfeld being a Broncos fan, and I feel like it's a weird flex to talk about a fan that you lost. Just saying. That's kind of strange. The vibe's good here, right? The vibe's good. Bills fans are always confident in her husband.
In all seriousness, what's the how tight are the rear ends getting over there right now? Feel the pressure. I mean, it feels like all the pressure is on Buffalo in this particular game.
Oh, I mean, I got to be honest. I don't think anybody's feeling pressure. I think everybody's feeling. You guys might think they're a little too confident, but Bills fans fully expect to advance past Denver in this game and fully expect to win. So, better quarterback, good run game, good complementary run game, offensive line that's very good, and a defense that, the headlines are they have a bad run defense. It's been a headline about this defense for a long time, and it's not exactly by design, but it is something that they kind of have built in. They're a team that prioritizes stopping the pass, and that's something
Jeremy, what are you doing? Are you getting ready to move the snowplow around there? What's happening there? You getting in the car? You got some
Sorry, am I cutting in and out? Sorry
a little bit. Well, I know you got to plow your way out of work, so I understand.
No, I'm good. What's up?
Nothing, Scott. Scott, what you got for good old Jeremy?
Give me scenarios, win or lose for Buffalo. They win this game. I've seen some people predict the winner of this game probably makes it to the Super Bowl. But if they lose this game to Denver, which I know you guys don't think it's going to happen, but say they do, what happens to the group that's kind of in charge right now? Is there any movement? Is there anything that's going to go on?
No, I wouldn't anticipate any changes. Certainly not at head coach. If they lose, if you're looking at the formula for how they lose, I can tell you how they lost their games this year. They offensively stumble, turn the ball over. They struggle to run it, and Josh Allen takes a bunch of sacks trying to find errors, wide receivers, tight ends getting open, and they really struggle to do that. So, that's one potential weakness of the Bills' offense is their wide receivers don't often get open. That said, Brandon Cooks has been here for about a month, and it's kind of a good news, bad news thing where he showed up and he's maybe their best receiver. So the good news is he's here and he's their best. The bad news is, like, it took that long to find a guy that could get open downfield. So, they're a battered receiver group, but Josh Allen seems to make it work with most players that he plays with. So the formula is get to Allen, get a lot of negative plays, get him on the ground. He took 40 sacks this year, which is up from 14 last year, and it's with the same offensive coordinator and the same offensive line. So, get Allen on the ground, which is not easy to do, and that's a recipe for disaster for the Bills.
Yeah, I actually saw something that if he gets hit 6+ times on the season, he was 1-4, something like that. So the pressure is huge, which is interesting because I'm a former offensive lineman. I respect the offensive line out there in Buffalo. Spencer Brown, I like the tackles a lot. Why are they giving up so much pressure this year?
Well, it comes from their scheme. Like, they go to a lot of 5-man protections, and for a lot of the season, there've been games where Josh Allen just has not looked the same, has not looked like an MVP. And we get to the playoffs, he usually saves his absolute best for the playoffs. His playoff yards per game and touchdown interception, like, he's one of the best all time. So that's why people have faith. You get to this stage, Allen rarely has a bad game. But he's had a couple. I mean, he's missed open receivers. They've had some injuries. He's taken bad sacks. He kind of reverted a little bit back to some of his younger days where he's turning his back to the defense and circling back and losing 20 yards on a sack. That happened in a couple games this year. It happened in Cleveland. It's just bad habits, I guess. And he went through like a bit of a self-scout to take the easy button throws in the week before the playoffs, and it looked like he really took a self-scout and made all the right decisions in Jacksonville. So if you can get him off his game, that's it. He's had a couple off games. He just doesn't seem to do that in the playoffs, not very often.
Here was my philosophy on the Bills all year when people would call in or text in or do all the different stuff, say, oh, yeah, Buffalo's stinking. I'm like, they stunk. They won 11 games. I think they're pretty good. But it almost felt like this year, in years past, I'll put it, it felt like Super Bowl. We got to get the Super Bowl. We got to get the Super Bowl, and that's all it was stressed. And this year, it felt like, and so they were trying to win so many regular season games. This year, it felt like, hey, our goal is the Super Bowl, but let's not kill ourselves here in the regular season. Let's grow, let's add, let's make sure we're ready, and let's peak in the playoffs instead of 3 weeks before the playoffs. Did any of that philosophy, you think, take place this year with Buffalo?
I mean, maybe once they decided the 1 seed wasn't it. Like, Denver's got something the Bills have never had in the Josh Allen era, and that is the 1 seed. And this team has openly talked about wanting that. Just like I saw a clip from Shawn Payton talking about last year's playoff game, like, we got to get these games at home. And, the emergence of the Patriots meant the Bills got no home playoff games this year. It's the first time they didn't win the division in 6 years. So they do definitely want to keep Josh Allen healthy. That's the number one goal for this team in a season. But goal number 2 is to be the 1 seed and to get that bye, in large part because you could say home field. You could also talk injuries. Every year this team is the 2 or the 3 or this year the 6. They lose players in the wild card. And they lost 2 wide receivers to ACLs in the wild card game against Jacksonville. So, playing that extra game, it's about the free pass to get the win to the next round, but it's also about not adding to your injury report, and the Bills unfortunately have done that.
All right, Jeremy, we have a lot of Bills fans that have relocated out here in Denver. We do. We have a big Denver Bills entourage. Believe it or not, our promotion director is actually Rob Trujillo. He's actually the president of that particular club. They're fun. They're plentiful. I'm going to give you the opportunity to address them, perhaps with your prediction, and to let them know from a Buffalo perspective what to expect. Go ahead, Jeremy. The floor is yours.
I mean, you guys talk to him. He probably expects a win, right? I think a lot of Bills fans expect a win. These games, they come down to big moments. When people say there's no Mahomes or Burrow or Lamar in the Bills' way this year, they're right. Those teams weren't really that good this year. So there's no 2-minute drill quarterback miracle maker out there in the field other than the one that's going to be wearing the white and blue of the Bills. So, I mean, Bills fans feel comfortable. The defense, it's maybe Sean McDermott's best job as a head coach with what he's done with this defense. They are banged up. They've got injuries everywhere. They hold it together. They get it done. So I think, Bills fans are fully expecting to go in there and just get the job done. And I predict that they will.
Okay.
I respectfully disagree on the defense. That's all. Respectfully disagree. I don't see a super strong unit over there.
All right, Jeremy. Duffs or Anchor Bar?
Neither.
Okay. Thanks, Jeremy. Great to have you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Yeah, that was the tone of basically who I was on with earlier.
So
today.
they're like they do a morning show that's really funny and fun.
Holy cow! You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying, Scott?
Yeah, we're about to whoop that. You know what? Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I mean, if the team feels anything like the media out there feels, like the fan base feels, like they're in denial. Like, of course I could recognize that Josh Allen could beat the Broncos. Of course, Josh Allen makes me nervous, you know.
Yeah.
But like the outright arrogance, like, yeah, talk to a Bills fan, we're gonna win the game. Like yeah, it's absolutely no question.
Yeah.
Scott and I sit here talk about it. You probably talk about it. Like, yeah, I've got the Broncos winning, but I could give you a million scenarios where the Bills could win, and that's because you're being a proper analyst of the game. You're looking at the actual situations. They're in denial right now.
I told you.
By the way, he just said that was Sean McDermott's best job of coaching up that defense.
I told you.
That defense is like, that's got bigger holes than Swiss cheese, man. I mean, that defense has got problems.
Yeah, that must be the least fun show to listen to of all the sports talk shows out there. My God.
But hold on. You said the least fun sports, and yet we had one of their people on our show.
We just did.
How smart are us?
Well, that's Dan. All right, it's PhD here on 92.5.